Hi folks. How is everyone? Hopefully this works. Blake, thank you for the follow. I'm also unmuting you, Sarah. Hi. So I was like, okay. I don't know what I'm doing.
This is so trippy right now. I still have you muted, Sadie. Sadie is now live, everyone. This is so trippy.
Don't worry.
Say hi, Sadie.
Hi, guys. I wonder, how the hell do you do the... Oh, snooze. How do you do the shared chat thing? Oh, join shared chat. Got it.
There we go.
Hello.
Okay.
I'm magic.
You are magic. That did stuff. So
I don't even
this is really fun for like both of us right now because we can see each other's chats.
Behave, guys. My guys, anyway.
But it's all good. So this is the first time that either of us has played this, right, Sadie?
Yes.
Yes. What is this about?
It's about two authors that get sucked into their own worlds, basically. It looks really fun. I remember seeing it like E3 or whatever it's now called, like years ago. I was like, that looks fun. I want to play it.
Okay. And it's like a collaboration kind of game?
Yeah. It's like It Takes Two.
Okay. And now you haven't played It Takes Two, but nope. I have. Are you prepared for this game?
No. It'll be fine.
Okay. I haven't played this, but I have played It Takes Two. It Takes Two was very fun. I was very competitive.
No hard feelings. It just seemed me go, oh, what am I doing?
Like, soz. Yeah. I mean, you're in control as well, Sadie. So Sadie very kindly did a friends pass thing for me. So I've been able to play this. But Sadie is in control, so I'm good whenever you guys are. And obviously, chat. As I say, go say hi to Sadie. She's awesome. She's amazing. I'm not just saying that because she has the game.
But no, I'm kidding. See, we've got, oh yeah, it's on.
Yeah, that's it. That's the one. Yeah, just let me know. Good afternoon, Nina. How are we doing?
How are ya?
Well, what are we doing here? We are doing some split fiction. We have Sadie with us as well.
Hi.
She can hear you. She can see you. We have shared our chats, so we both get
Wazowski.
Always watching.
I quote that far too often.
Me too. Way too often. Disney does some good quotes right there.
I know,
how are you?
Like,
what have you been up to today?
How is everyone? I watched Pokemon this morning.
Did you watch Pokemon on the TV channel that I told you to watch it on?
No, I watched it on my server. Lady enjoys extra hot peri-peri sauce on her Nando's just for the vibes. Oh yeah.
She does.
Hi, Lizzie.
Does, Lizzie.
She can see me.
Yeah. I know, it's like, I don't have anything on.
Lizzie, you'll be proud.
Hi.
I had the hot Nando's the other day with my mum, and then I put extra hot on top, and she looked at me like, what the hell are you doing? It was so funny. I was proud of her. She had the medium spice and was like, huh?
I find it so bizarre that you have the extra hot Nando sauce.
I love it.
Why?
It's nice. I like a bit of kick in the food.
Chat, do you do the extra hot sauce in peri-peri? We need to get you on the hot ones.
Oh,
you should do a hot ones like point redemption.
Oh no. I mean, I have toxic waste. I find it works.
Why would you do that?
I mean, I
have some squishies right now, so.
Wait, hang on, that's your point. It's not my point.
Who's the winner now?
I have jelly babies.
Wait, what kind of jelly babies?
Normal.
Show it up to your camera. Show it up to your screen.
Jelly babies. I started eating last night while writing.
Oh, they like the powdered sugar ones.
Oh yeah. Woo. There you go.
Are they the small ones or the thick ones?
The thick. I will demonstrate right now.
Yeah. Look, I just want one of like that kind of showing. Okay. I don't know, guys. You die on medium sauce, right? Honestly, lemon and herb, medium at a push. Medium at a push.
I love it.
And you were dying by the end of it, right?
I mean, Sarah seen me have extra hot Nando's plus the extra hot sauce.
Yeah.
I died.
You did regret that, though. Yeah, I was going to say you did regret that.
It was fun.
It was fun.
Anyway, should we get started?
Yeah, I mean, as I say, you're in control, so...
Woo!
Okay, I have background music playing, so... Good old DMCA free. Did you ever play No Way Out?
I saw gameplay video, but I didn't actually play it.
That's a good co-op game.
I know Brothers is a co-op game as well. By these guys, I think.
I always wanted a brother. You always wanted a brother. Sorry, Disney.
Everybody, I'm far away.
Where stories come to life.
Hi, I got an invitation. I'm a writer.
Oh, great. Go ahead and fill in your information and then make your way over to the elevators.
Okay.
I realised I had to turn down my volume for Lego Harry Potter. That game was quite quiet.
Let's hope there's no copyright music in this.
Oh yeah, well, it'll just mute it on the VOD.
True.
That was close. Hi.
No?
Excuse me? Can I ask you something? Have you been published before? Nope. No, me neither.
Is that an actual British accent or a fake one?
I'm curious who the actress is.
So what's your story about?
I feel like it's an actual one.
Science fiction. Oh, sci-fi. Sci-fi's cool.
Name is Elsie.
I've turned it up, Lizzie.
Look, I don't mean to be rude and all, but I really don't do small talk. Oh, okay.
She is British.
She is British?
Yeah.
Who is it?
Elsie Bennett.
You too.
Hello.
She was in Hitman. The Hitman games.
And I believe that everything great that happened in the world first happened in someone's imagination.
You taking a tea break already, Sadie?
This is nearly cold. It's the tea that I forgot to drink. Not drive.
Unlike other publishing houses, we're on the verge of releasing a product that will reshape the foundation
Oh,
of the
my ads.
entire
Oh, yeah.
industry. Stories have been
That's what I was on about tea.
I mean, I was actually drinking my tea.
Get to wear these.
Yes, the suit
So I was like, I forgot about my tea.
track your synchronization.
Track and synchronize what?
Mr. Rader will fill you in on the details shortly.
Yeah, that's so what a bit.
Why read or watch a story when you can live it, touch it, feel it?
Yeah, I'd rather not be
fellow
able to feel World War
Let me
Z when I
introduce
read it,
the
you know?
machine. My
I mean,
life's work.
I would
The
rather
heart
not be able
of
to
this
feel like my book, but
You will all undergo
Oh, well.
a unique simulation of
if I
your
die by
story.
tea, I die by tea.
And during the experience, we will record and store it all. And then
Sadie's
package
writing a
it
book,
up.
by the way, guys.
Welcome
Tempting
to
to.
the next chapter of storytelling. Yes.
Hi. Hey, I'm Zoe.
Am I going to be that person?
Sounds amazing. I just wanted to thank you for giving me, us this opportunity to
I don't know.
Thank you for the follow.
Am I right?
I was like,
You are now.
Are you saying that we're going to be
You are now.
plugged into that machine?
That's what's
That's
good
it, Team
about co-op.
I was told that we were here for a
you can
public
discover
mission.
new people.
Get paid and that's it. I didn't sign up for
Oh,
a medical
jeez.
procedure.
Oh,
Nah.
trust me, this is no medical procedure whatsoever.
Oh, welcome in, I know.
Just try to relax and you'll enjoy the experience.
Pardon me.
Right. Sure.
Then, without further ado, activate the suits.
Those suits give me Tron vibes.
Okay.
Please step onto your assigned
Like peak
platforms
Tron
to begin your
vibes.
journey.
It was giving me Tron, yeah. It's
Aye,
also
aye.
giving me the red out the. If it had a red light, it would be like the Telu outfit.
Oh yeah.
Step on your assigned platform.
Or
Oh, it's very Tron on the back.
Spider-Man. It's Spider-Man? Spider-Man. The one,
I like Spider-Man.
It's time
the
to
ones
unleash
with
your full
the first
creative
one
potential.
when you got the guys in the white suits.
Go.
Can't remember what they're called. Those guys.
Yes, yeah. In Miles Morales.
The first one, I think. There might be Miles Morales.
I want to be in a
guys.
bubble.
That's it.
Sable, yeah. It looks terrifying.
It does.
Screw this. I won't do it. I won't do it.
Please return to your platform, ma'am.
I can't do this.
Calm down. Return to your platform.
I won't do it, okay?
We cannot
Just
shut
push
this
her
down
in.
now. Do you understand? You have to proceed.
No. No. I said I'm out.
Ma'am, I told you this is perfectly
Get off
safe.
me.
No, no,
Let
no.
go.
You come with
No.
me. Listen, it's
What is
time.
this?
You can't shut. No.
They pushed her in, but not to the one they wanted.
There's two of them now. That didn't go to
Right.
plan.
So one of them writes sci-fi and the other writes fantasy. Did you want to be?
Right, well, you've got Mio, who is reserved, decisive, realist, and an introvert. Raised in the city with her father, Mio has, for the last couple of years, barely scraped by. She isn't really here to seek any professional recognition. She's here for the money. Or Zoe, who's fantasy, charismatic, empathetic, optimistic, extrovert. A cheerful country girl with a deep need to prove herself to her family that she's not a complete failure. Zoe hopes that this publishing deal will solve all of her problems. I don't want to be the mean one.
Alright.
But I'm also not an extrovert.
That's me. I'm like, I'm not an extrovert, but I love the fantasy.
Okay, you can have fantasy, I'll have sci-fi.
Alright, that works. I'm like, oh, that works.
Be
the
the
Grinch.
Grinch. Fine, I'm being the Grinch.
Love, lose entirely. That's it, I'm not going.
You are now Rapunzel.
Well, that's
You
how
can't
magical
picture
it
me
looks.
being mean. I can be mean. Tony, tell them I can be mean.
I have actually seen you be mean at least once.
You.
There you
In
go.
a professional
doing?
manner, but
Obviously. With a lot of swearing.
yep.
Wait, what? What are you doing in my story? Something bad is going on here. Yeah, like you're ruining my chance to get published. No, listen to me.
Whoops.
What was that? Watch where you point those things. There is something this publisher is not telling us.
Is that what we all sound like to Americans?
Exactly what I signed up for.
Apparently
You
so.
don't understand. We need to get out of here. Not
Ruin my
we.
perfect image of you. I'm sorry, Blake. I'm sorry.
Published. Just please leave my story. Trust
And
me,
never
that is
swear.
exactly what I want to do, okay?
No,
What
you
is
do
that?
not sound
Yeah,
like
and
that
take
at all.
back
At
my
least
things
Blake's
then,
like,
whatever it is
it's
we
fine,
do,
you're not mean,
that
you're not...
thing with me. Yes.
You don't sound
neither you
that
Do not
British.
all sound like that. Thank you. The mean bit that you can't picture.
Oh, swearing is fine. It's like, I didn't know you swear.
Are we? I think this is my story. What the hell is going on? Yep. This is definitely my story.
On video games, something that has a Balkan accent, that'll be fun.
What kind of a crazy story have you written? Listen, I don't want to be here either, okay? I just want to get out. And how
Oh,
do we do
I
that?
think she's written something that she really does not want to be involved in.
But something tells
Or
me we
want
need to find
anyone
that
to
glitch.
see. or read.
Yeah.
Are you sure? No.
You want a video game with someone who has a Bolton accent? Bolton. I can't do a Bolton accent. Sorry.
Ah, that's me. Cool.
Okay. I was like, oh, this is trippy.
I was like, which one am I?
Okay.
All right, X to jump.
So you have no clue where that glitch might be?
I was looking around. I'm sorry.
You had to fall into my simulation, didn't you? Let's just focus on getting out of here.
Okay, I think I know what I'm doing.
Oh, okay. Double jump. No! Don't jump. Nailed it.
Jump towards the walls to wall run. This just gives me Star Wars vibes.
Yee!
Peak Star Wars vibes.
Nope. Oh,
Aha!
I'm like,
Made it!
if anything fails, you're gonna be like the first person.
So go be like, oh wow. If I die, I die.
Push it. Do you have to hold down L3 there?
I think
Let's check
so.
out that console.
Okay. Oh, wrong side.
Okay. We did something. Look at us
Yay.
puzzling.
Okay. Can you explain the
spinning.
situation, please? We're freedom fighters, reclaiming our home from galactic invaders. No, not this story. In the real world, what happened? I wanted to leave, but they wouldn't let me. Are you sure this isn't just some sort of misunderstanding?
It's just
Wait,
us,
I
like,
was
literally
fighting them
figuring
when I
out
fell
stuff.
into your simulation.
And just
Wait,
they're like,
there was a
where am I going?
We've got company.
Oh no. I don't want to die.
Dear. What are
Too
we
young
doing?
to die.
Dash. Oh. I died.
I'm like, I'm too young to die. Ah!
Stay out of the blue light.
Shit.
I can't help it. It's so pretty.
Walk towards the light, they say.
Oh, hello. I almost just ran into that. Sure. Okay.
Keep it together, Zoe. Just keep it
Double
together.
jump and air dash. Now that is weird. I mean,
What's
that's cool,
happening?
Bloody hell! Now that's a proper ion cannon.
Sure.
but- Whee! Oh boy.
How you doing back there? You okay?
Yeah. I think I know where I'm going.
Wait. Hi, sheep. How are you?
Hello, sheep.
10 stream streak. Let's go. Okay,
Go
you're
this
there.
way. Whee!
Don't look down.
Skybridge.
This is me just
Oh,
going,
shoot.
fine.
No.
That's actually kind of a.
Oh, fudge.
This is me going, this is all my years of Assassin's Creed coming into play. Ta-da!
I thought it would auto lock on there.
That'd be handy.
That's
if it
where
did.
all of my deaths are gonna be. It's gonna be a
Whoa!
Oh, that's
Whee!
cool.
There we go. We're still searching for the glitch.
we did a
What
little
else do you think we're doing?
Spider-Man thing there.
Lost? Insane?
Spider.
All of my deaths are
You tell
probably
me.
going to
No, no.
be
The glitch has to be around here
just
somewhere.
me
Has to.
falling somewhere. So just trying to cause chaos, exactly.
It's slowing down.
Oh crap. It's me going, I can make it, noob.
I can make it. I can make it. Go.
Yes.
Nice.
I'm fine.
Oh, I did the same.
Hi,
Soz.
sheep. Yay. I can make it. I can make it. I was wrong.
I was wrong.
When in doubt, Simpsons quotes.
Whee.
Come on.
It is very similar to It Takes Two right now.
It gives me a lot of like
let's go.
Star Wars vibes.
Whee.
Like I know it's because EA did the Star Wars game, but it still gives me a lot of Star Wars vibes.
Yeah. I
That's
mean,
like-
they tend to use the same kind of people working on
Mechanics.
those
Yeah.
games, don't they?
Writing it and experiencing it is a totally different
I need
ballgame.
to.
Let's
I'm writing
invest
mechanics
in
when you can
safety
just
goals
reuse the same
and
ones.
return me back to my story. I wouldn't bet on it.
How are you, Rolo?
That you blew your shot to get published. Doesn't mean
No, fudge.
No, I think we're up to something fishy. I just don't know what yet.
Uh-oh.
This is giving me more Star Wars vibes though.
Ooh. Haha! That worked somehow.
Nailed it.
I was like, I don't know what I'm doing.
How are you, Rayla? You doing good? Welcome on in. We have the beautiful Sadie joining us today.
Hi.
What are we doing? R2. Okay.
So close.
Oh,
Oh, okay.
that makes sense. I was not paying attention, I will admit. I was just
No, it's
pressing it
okay.
because I was like, it says R2 to press.
Holy.
What's going on?
Just turning down my volume of the game because that was loud. Now what we doing? Oh.
Pretty lasers. I'm like, pretty.
Like, oh, look at that. Look at that. Are we just avoiding them? Whee!
I believe I
Aw.
can fly.
I wanted to aim for the metal.
Right.
Think about it every night and... Oh, you've gone up? Okay. Oh,
I
you've gone
think
down?
it's just to get air. I don't want to, like, drown my person. I'm like, where am I going? How do I not drown?
Oh, she's got good breath control.
Yeah. Better than Ellie.
Yeah. Now, all you need to do is just move your arms with the water. Where are we going?
Uh-oh.
Almost just got us killed again.
Yeah, I did.
That's not an actual saying.
I
Okay.
forgot about my Pokemon game.
Your Pokemon game?
Yeah, the Twitch Pokemon game.
Can you handle a gun?
Oh, yes. You can
Is
catch
that a common
Pokemon.
question you ask people, or any weapons for that matter. I had a
Haha.
shot when I was a kid.
Yay!
That works.
All right.
Roller.
Brandy is streaking. Free stream streak. Let's go. The only
Yeah,
time
go, Randy.
that streaking makes sense. Yeah, joint stream. Exactly.
Oh wait, I'm looking at the wrong screen.
I have no idea where we're meant to be going.
I
Are we
was
just
looking at the wrong
running
screen.
towards the danger?
I will admit, I was looking at the wrong screen. I was looking at your screen
So
going,
hard to
hang on a
watch.
second.
Nailed it.
Whoops.
That's okay. I figured out the situation, and I'm still shooting at you, but it's fine. Oh, that's why there's a person
Yeah.
there.
I just shot that person myself.
Nicely done. Proud of you.
Woohoo! Yay!
Oh,
I did
I'm a
something.
terrible driver. Don't have me driving. Oh no, I'm
emails,
driving. I'm sorry.
I'm shooting.
Right. I just have to remember my skills playing Smuggler's Run at Disney.
Surely my Assassin's Creed or first-person shooter skills will come in handy.
Why is everything inverted?
I don't like inverted controls.
No, me neither.
Sorry.
Did I just crash us?
I think
Oh,
I
was
just
that
got
you?
a shot.
It's okay.
I think.
This is literally Smuggler's Run. Go on! Who are you shooting at?
There's like spacecraft behind us.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. That's the thing. I'm trying to focus on not crashing into anything.
Aha!
I
Yes.
think I got one! That doesn't sound like our accent.
Can they stop shooting at me for 5 minutes? That's all I ask. Let us escape.
I'd like to offer my my
Aha.
guidance and support, but alas, you have the controls.
This may take a while.
I hit it!
Normally there's no
Fine.
health bar.
That guy's incoming!
Okay, we're further than...
Damn it! Hopefully
I was
it
going to
just,
say
like-
we're further than we were, but that was the same place.
Yep. These inverted controls. Blaming
Just
the
think that
controls.
you're playing... Quidditch champions or something.
Be one with the controls. Be one with the gun.
I got one!
I like how excited your character gets.
Oh, she's like,
Come
I've
on.
never done that before. How am I doing this? I've killed someone.
Okay, now we're further than we've
Yay.
got. Oh, we were so close then.
We did it.
We did it! Chat, we did it! Yay!
I did not sign up for this!
Neither did I.
You kind of did.
I signed up for fantasy.
Oh, we're
Very
gonna get pushed into it? Yeah. Okay.
What the?
Nice. Okay, that was a cute level.
Yeah, it was something. It's
Yeah,
fun.
I'm not sure if I would want to live in a book. If we could live in a book, and this goes out to chat as well, what book would you do?
It's not the same one as earlier.
Part of me wants to say Harry Potter because at least I know how that story goes.
What the hell is going on? I don't know.
And it's school.
But you
Magic.
wrote this, didn't you?
You want to deal with the giant spiders?
Yeah.
All your ideas. We only submitted
Better than the other
one.
bits I read.
You want to deal with the giants?
Fight them? What? Run! Definitely run!
Okay, we're running.
Yay!
Knights are corny! Well, like your desert storm was a masterpiece!
Oh, this is like Donkey Kong.
I was just thinking that.
Where's Mario when you need him?
That's definitely taken out from Donkey Kong. Hey, pencils, a 30 stream streak. Jeez. Oh,
Hey, pencils. Where am I going?
we are now a backwards.
Whee!
This is like the Harry Potter level.
Oh yeah.
Where are the beans? Where are the beans?
Brace yourself!
Whee!
And now we're swimming. Oh, okay. Oh god, I was
Like a
looking
mermaid.
at you. Oh, okay. I think that was my fault. I ran into the wall.
We are. That's how we do it. Maybe. Aha!
Aha!
I think.
I keep looking at your character.
I was like, I don't know what I'm
That was
actually
tricky.
doing, but aha!
Aha! Huzzah!
That is probably my most common phrase.
You're crazy! Well,
What,
I
huzzah?
didn't do it
Or
for
haha?
some
Yeah,
reason.
haha.
It exists because of you! You wrote it!
I
Don't
might
forget who
steal
created
that
this mess.
phrase.
You crashed into
Do it.
my simulation!
What are we doing? There seems to be a puzzle of some sort.
Ah.
You stayed home from work today because you woke up and puked. Oh no! Are you okay?
Oh,
How did you
pencils.
just-
I hope you feel
know.
better.
That doesn't sound too good at all. If it makes you feel any better, Sadie's doing this on purpose.
Hey, it's
Right, what are
climbing.
Okay. Alright.
There you go.
Are
Did
we,
it.
are we just not meant to die?
Yeah. So you got like dash.
Like that? Okay. Oh, okay. See, this is what I get. I get Sadie to do everything and then figure out how to do it.
Hey.
I had a manager one time that said, you work from home, get to work anyway.
Oh.
That's bad. Yeah, you were sick for the whole month. My issue is like I wasn't like sick, fortunately. Oh, I was so close there. I just... Did I do it?
Yeah.
We're still coming. Hello.
Look at that Assassin's Creed leap.
I just lost my throat for ages. Yay!
Assassin's Creed moment.
When you went into the office, he actually made you come in after you were in the ER for a car wreck. Dang. I would have been like, here's my resignation. Right there. Right.
Oh.
Sadie, sorry, I'm going to explore for a little bit.
Ooh. That's me just like, I think we go this way.
You're just like, I'm going to go. We're speed running this. And I'm like, oh, I want to look around.
What collectibles are there?
Yeah, exactly. Okay, right, strategy.
Sneaky, sneaky.
When life gives you lemons.
Throw them at trolls. Oh, so...
Oh, I
Okay.
see. Hang
You
on.
ready? Ha! Did it?
Okay, nailed it. I actually like the job, so you didn't want to give it up and just wanted realistic expectations. I just think, look, if you run well, you run well. Like, companies need to remember that.
I've had that a few times. With certain
Like,
jobs.
I never want to call in sick, like, where I am. But sometimes, like, you just have to. It's just a faff to call in sick where I am. You
I
have
had
to get
that
it approved.
at one of my old jobs where, you'll remember this, Sarah, having to go in after A&E, they wanted me to go in. I was like, no.
Yeah.
I was like, no, I am still sick.
I was like, absolutely not. Why are we getting attacked by trolls?
I don't know. We're all in the dungeon.
Oh, you're all the way over there.
Yeah, I made it.
No. Right. I was waiting for your character to move so that I could like jump on.
I was like, I've done it.
That was my excuse.
Plundering gets them excited.
Yeah, yeah. No, I'm kidding. That's me go. Da-da. We twiddle our thumbs like Sue.
Look! The glitch! But how are we supposed to reach it?
How many times do you reckon they've had to shout run in this?
Too many. I'm climbing.
Ouch.
No! I don't know
We
what
both
happened.
died at least.
Yeah.
Oh, run!
Great, I'm dashing. Woo. That was me gone. I don't know where
Oh
I am.
no, don't say it's all on me!
Ah! No, don't worry, it isn't. No pressure.
At least because I'm still in
How are you doing this?
We're
I'm
getting-
like... I'm just dying all of a sudden. I'm like...
No! You glitched in!
I glitched in at the worst possible
And
time.
it knocked me off!
Well, at least it did it here. Where are you going?
Oh god.
I was like, where is he going? Where is she
Need to
going?
remember dash. Okay. No!
I'm just going back and forth like, how am I doing this? I did.
It's okay, I'm still in it.
There I am.
Come on!
Go, go, go. I'm just
Nailed
so
it.
like, just go home.
Let's go! Okay, we're out.
Shit! That was a close call.
I
Oh, it's a
mean,
juicy drop.
we definitely died a fair few times, but sure.
Are
It's
we in another one of
fine.
your stories?
Well, this is sad times. I've eaten
No.
most of my squishies.
This is
Oh,
something
no.
else.
Then what is this place?
This is the
Whatever it
grid.
is, I think the glitch has something to do with it.
Yeah, it's acting weird.
That one.
I have to keep on changing the volume up and down. Sorry.
It's all good.
What is going on?
I don't know.
This
But it's
reminds,
disgusting.
this reminds me of the Animus a little bit.
Must be coming from.
Again, Assassin's
The
Creed.
Animus.
Yeah, Assassin's Creed.
Oh yeah.
What is this glitch?
Sir, the machine was never designed for 2 people at the same time.
It seems like their combined presence.
You can see
overloaded
the
entire
Animus?
system, causing it to glitch.
This is not supposed to
See?
happen. Can't we stop them?
Assassin's
We
Creed
don't know yet,
moment.
but we need to
Buzzer.
find a solution before the machine takes damage.
Gaza!
Damn it.
Still
What's the
Joey,
status
baby.
of the other participants?
All stable. The machine is fully operational and is successfully extracting all of their ideas.
All of their
Thieves.
ideas.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, let's fix this. I don't want to hear problems. I want solutions. Go!
Note to self.
Extracting
Consider
all of their
self-publishing.
ideas.
Yeah, do you know what? Amazon tend to allow you to self-publish on there.
That's who I'm looking at going through.
Steal all of our ideas, not just the ones that we submitted.
They do the printing and everything.
Oh, what about my
That's handy.
publishing deal?
Don't you get it? There is no publishing deal. We need to get out of here.
But how? How do we get out? Is that even possible?
Not sure. But they seem to get real worried about those glitches. I mean, look what it did. If we find more of them, I believe it might crash the whole system and we can break free.
Whoa, hang on. So you want to go through more of your crazy stories?
My crazy stories. You think I'm excited about meeting your stupid giants again?
Actually, they were not giants. They were trolls.
Whatever. I'm a glitch hunting.
That would be me. I'll
We
be
were
like,
joking about
actually.
trolling the dungeon.
That would be me. I'll be like, actually.
You're right. Are all your stories sci-fi?
Yeah. So?
I figured. You know, I really don't understand how one can enjoy sci-fi. It's just so, depressing.
Like I'm a fan of fantasy.
I
It's
like
by far
sci-fi
the
and
most
fantasy.
overrated and pretentious genre.
Great. I'm Zoe, by the way.
Oh, Sadie, you've got another break.
Yeah, I know. I haven't.
I need
I
to
haven't
get
saw
my
that out in a while.
announcements like that. I
Dream
should get
elements.
Okay, Mio.
It's a good way of doing
Where are we?
just
They really are
the break
stealing our ideas.
announcements.
So this isn't the story you submitted?
It's a good way of like
I wrote
one
this a
person
couple
go,
years ago.
hey, someone's already on a break, so
What's
pop
it
into the
about?
other stream. Huzzah!
Revenge.
Revenge.
Huzzah.
Well, that sounds dangerous.
I say that far too often now.
What is this?
It's a lightsaber. It's a light whip.
It's a gravity whip.
What are you doing up there?
It's like Wonder Woman.
What kind of a revenge story is this?
It's very simple and straightforward. We
Tron.
are cyber ninjas hunting down the boss of the SRI crime syndicate.
In what world is
Hey.
any of that simple?
It's not simple to me.
Let's just go
She's got a
straight
point.
and find the glitch, okay?
Okay.
I'm gonna lose my mind.
Okay. Right.
I like how she has a little whip thing. How do I use it? Ah!
Oh,
So what do I do with this whip? It's your weapon.
whip it. That's what you do.
Treat it with respect.
Oh. Oh, that was
There
the
we
one.
go.
I was using the wrong one.
Whee! Oh, this is trippy.
What a warm welcome.
Oh, attack. Okay.
Oh. Yay!
Hi over there.
Hello.
Oh, I don't. Wait, where am I meant
Wait,
to go?
am I supposed to?
Yeah,
Ah,
you need to drag it over to me
that makes sense.
and then pull it. No! I turned the camera around, I'm sorry. That was my fault.
Hang on. Where are you? There you go. Hello.
Okay, right, made it. Okay. And then I think this is you, yeah. Oh, teamwork.
Smashy, smashy.
Got acid.
Elaborate on this story? Locate the boss, take her down, get out. When you
I'm
say
just smashing
take
everything.
her down, what are you suggesting?
Hulk smash!
What it is.
Sadie smash!
Like, if it gives me a chance to smash stuff, I'm going to smash stuff.
Okay, you can't hurt the robot though.
What robot? There's a little robot. It's so cute.
Welcome to Window Smash.
I'm not entirely sure how we
You
get
saw
across
nothing.
this one. It's just me going, how do we get across this? Ah.
Okay.
Maybe. No.
Aha!
I don't know where I'm supposed to go with all these. There we go.
By the way, what exactly
You're welcome.
Thank you.
The fall of society.
Oh, my angle is so trippy. Oh, it's making me feel
The
dizzy.
city's being bled dry by
Right.
the crime syndicate's corruption.
Oh,
And
yeah, of
we're
course.
here to assassinate things straight. That's the gist.
I can't figure out how to get across. Ah, there we go.
I was
on the
gonna
wrong
say,
one.
I can't do anything.
I was on the wrong one. I was like, I don't know where I'm going.
I can't remember the buttons. Okay,
Oh, I've lost you.
which button do I need? I'm trying to figure out the button. Oh, okay, it's L2. Okay, gotcha. I'm on the ceiling, I'm above you.
Hello.
Hi.
Well,
I
thank
didn't need
you.
to do any of both of those, but I did it anyway. Hey there. Oops. Oh, I need to do it in an order. Okay,
Oh.
I'm just smashing at free will.
It's me going, I don't know what I'm doing on this bit.
Okay, that one.
Yep.
Over to the opposite side.
Oh no.
Okay. That one. I'm gonna try and go to the middle next. Okay. Right, there. I'm gonna go to the middle.
Ooh.
I'm gonna go over to the right.
As we go, ah, I'm dying.
Okay. To the
Right.
middle.
Ooh.
To the right. Other side. Yep. There we go.
Your character's like, that was easy, and there's my character going, in what world is that easy?
Situation. Don't spiral out of control with it. Yeah, about that. Because I get bad motion sickness. You'll
Okay,
be
I
alright.
think I'm on the same level as you now. Hi.
Yeah. Hello.
Hi.
Oh. Spinny, spinny. If I do the same on the other side. There we go.
Nailed it.
Yeah. I totally know what I'm doing. Oh boy.
Oh, okay. This might get a little trickier than I anticipated. So much for very simple and straightforward. Yeah.
Okay.
Damn, what of you?
Where do we go from here? Oh.
Okay.
Look at us in sync.
They're probably
They're
like,
like,
why
get
are you
off my car!
why are you on my
How
car?
do you think this simulation works? What do you mean?
Oh.
Considering that radar
Spider-Man.
wants to extract all of our
Spider-Man.
ideas, does this mean we'll go
Oh.
through all of them?
Oh, okay, we're holding on.
And
Okay.
as long as the glitch keeps messing with the machine, I'm ready for whatever.
There's me just singing the Spider-Man music as well every time I swing.
Spider-Man, Spider-Man. I don't know that side. Hang on. Puzzle it out. No, okay, not that way.
Nope.
Oh.
Whoops. Oh! Okay.
Oh, I did something for you.
Yeah. I think you just chucked me across. And
Yo, you're leaving me behind!
hang on. I think you need to try get to that truck. I don't know how, but
Oh, can you chuck me one of the boxes?
ooh,
Hang on.
no.
Not chuck it at me!
There you go. You asked me to chuck one of the boxes. No, it just destroys it.
Chuck one of the boxes. Okay, try again. And again.
There you go. Damn it.
Okay, I don't really know what I'm doing.
Think.
I can't remember my control.
Is it L2 to grab onto
I think
something?
it is L2, but I...
Oh,
chat,
hang on,
any suggestions?
hang on.
Thank you!
I was like, oh, it looks like there's glass.
There we go.
Right, that makes more sense now.
Okay. No. Oh, okay. Alright, hang on.
Swinging here, Zoe.
Okay, made it.
Yay!
Let me just borrow this.
Okay, I have a car now. I have a vehicle. Oh, okay, we're over that side. Okay.
Yeah. Oh no. Alright. I've got this, surely.
You can do it, Bruce.
Get this, Bruce. Right, need. Yay!
I couldn't
Made
see
it.
where you were, sorry. And then, hang on. I'm on my way. I'm on my way.
Tell
my way.
everybody I'm on my way. I mean, at least it's saving.
Yeah.
Wow. Smells like my gym bag in here. Where the hell do you work out? I usually go for a swim.
Oh, so you are supposed to jump on those.
I'll be the test subject right there for you.
I was looking at it like, I don't want to jump on it just in case. Haha. Yep. Whoops. Yay! Made it.
How you doing over there?
I eventually made it.
It's so trippy.
Help here.
Oh, hang on. There we go.
Oh, I don't like when my one turns its
To
angle.
go.
It's a bit weird when it turns the angle.
Yeah.
I'm like, am I supposed to be looking at this thing?
I get very like sidetracked anyway.
So do I.
Let me guess. You're from the city. Yeah. Born and raised.
Ooh, that was a bad idea. Righty. Woo!
Why would anyone want to live in the city?
This is giving me Star Wars vibes. Dear Star Wars vibes.
Countryside would bore me to deff.
I would love to live in the countryside.
It dims all the stars at night.
Someone who grew up around fields and stuff, I kind of miss it, but in the same breath, I don't miss it. Ooh.
Yeah. Mine is like, I like being on the outskirts. I like being close enough to London.
Yeah.
To not be in London at the same time.
Because I always had to rely on my car to get to everywhere, so it's a bit like,
Yeah.
no. I kind of miss it as well, just having fields to walk around.
Okay.
My character's like, oh boy, put my hands up.
We got caught by something.
Get me arrested. Oh no.
What now? Just follow my lead. We're gonna fight our way through this.
I've never been in a fight before.
You expecting we're cyber ninjas?
Suspect is in debt.
We're cyber ninjas.
I love how my
Honestly.
character's just like, I've never fought anyone in my life.
Honestly, Ronald. Right, let's fight Saber.
Yay! How are we going to fight them? Bye bye. Oh, you can go with me.
Whoa!
Okay.
Emerald!
Go, go, go.
How are you doing?
Emerald.
Oh. Hey Raiders! Welcome on in.
Suck on that.
We are causing chaos. I don't know why, but we are. Oh. I mean, I feel like Sadie's causing chaos more than anyone.
All my years of playing Assassin's Creed is finally paying off.
Raiders, I will be with you momentarily. How are you? Welcome on in.
Eat lead.
Eat lead?
I don't
Why
know.
lead?
Get shot at. Go, go, go.
Oh no!
Recover,
Oh
recover.
no! I'm
Yes.
down.
Haha.
I think I've died a couple of times. Emerald, what were you playing, my lovely? What were you playing? Hey there!
Yay!
Oh,
I am Emerald and Raiders. Right,
we are
so-
joined today.
Oops.
I don't know why I did that. I just went for a ride.
I fell off.
Hey Emerald. I just decided to jump for the sake of jumping. Okay. Oh, okay. I see what we're doing. I see what we're doing here. I see what's happening.
I can see what's happening, but they don't have a clue.
Who?
Our trio's down to 2.
Oh.
Yes!
Yes,
And I
nicely
died.
done.
I
That's
died
okay.
as soon as
I
that
saw
happened.
it.
I was like, huzzah!
Huzzah!
Get you a little shout out.
Oh yeah,
Emerald.
sure, but they don't die there.
There you go.
Thanks, Sadie. Even playing a game, you're still being a mod. Good job. How you doing, Emerald?
Come on, let's progress the story.
Mio? What is that?
We are doing some split fiction, and today we are joined by the lovely Sadie. She has very kindly given me her friend pass so I can play it as well.
More like a portal or
Howdy.
something.
wonder where it goes.
Howdy.
We should avoid the risk of getting even more lost in here.
But couldn't it be worth exploring? Who knows?
My
we
controller
might
is
find some
pink right now.
Or it might be
great.
a trap.
Mine's yellow.
Or something
It's cool.
useful.
Might be green to match our suit.
Okay.
The side bits? That's cool.
Wait, is this a side quest?
I think so. They
Oh,
have side
yay!
quests.
Oh, I like side questing.
Fascinating.
If we find any of these, we've got to do them. Or I want to do
It's
them anyway.
And now we're stuck.
They weren't kidding when they said extracting all of their ideas.
So we're back in one of your stories again?
Yes and no. This is more like an unfinished idea I once explored.
Ooh.
So, what kind of idea is this?
Well, this might be better to show and not tell.
I'm already regretting this.
Okay. Oh, we look like we're in the underworld.
It looks like it's
Upside down.
like Dune sort of vibes.
This is bad.
Lighting. That has got to hurt, sliding on sand.
I know, right? Have you ever tried doing that?
No, I don't think I want to.
Shark!
Ooh.
Sorry. Shark bait. Ooh, haha.
Dude.
Glad those sharks are dead. They don't look friendly.
too.
Yeah, those are dead.
Nailed it. Why are we in an elephant graveyard? Is this like the fantasy little side quest?
I think it is. It looks like
This is cute.
the castle out of Aladdin.
Now,
Yeah.
Sultan's palace a little bit.
time.
Literally.
Literally!
Whee! Oh, sharks.
Shark
These ones
bait.
are alive.
Ooh, haha.
Hungry. We're safe on the rocks.
Where am
Oh,
I?
on the rocks? Okay.
Whoops.
You,
I
I
wasn't
think
on the
you
rocks.
died.
It's on to you! Oh, damn it!
Saved it though.
Yay! This way?
Okay. Oh,
Shit.
oh, sorry.
I've got its attention.
Oh, oh, no, no!
Whoops.
I'm sorry. Wait, where am I going?
Oh, if you head to the other one.
Oh, as in like running across. Okay.
Yeah.
Shark, shark! Oh, no, no, no!
Oh, it's really hard to do that. That's okay. Okay. Oh, sorry. This is why I don't play Dead by Daylight.
I mean, you have seen me playing Dead by Daylight.
I have seen you play Dead by Daylight, yeah. Okay, ready?
Hurry up, hurry up!
Ah! I nearly made it.
Oh, that's okay. I just killed myself as well.
I'm back over here. I'm like,
Okay,
sorry.
there we go. Sadie is a ruthless. She is a ruthless killer. DBD all the way. After you.
Ah, thank you.
You're welcome.
Just passing through, fishies.
I must say, seeing this idea come to life
Okay,
is
I like this
pretty
level.
unexpected.
It's
Spammy
very
triangle.
pretty.
If Raiders coming for everything we created, we better.
Not sure how I didn't realise that
Sadie
Sadie streams. She does.
Yeah. Sometimes.
She hasn't streamed for a while though.
Yeah, I've had lots going on at the moment.
Yeah.
I've had no time.
Work's been
Sadly.
busy.
Yeah, working family.
There's a lot of sharks over this way.
Oh crap. I died.
You're doing great, sweetie.
Oh, that's why. I was like, huh?
You're just
Oh,
like
look,
watching.
it's piranha.
Whee! There you go.
So what's going on in
Yay.
here? Why are we in an hourglass?
Well, you know, it's like they say.
Oh, is that where we are? Oh, okay.
Oh, that's
What about the
cool.
sharks then?
This is me just looking up, like, oh yeah.
Yeah.
But they are exciting.
I didn't realise that.
Right, where am I going?
Sadie, what was your kind of favourite game to play?
Probably Assassin's Creed. It's fun.
Yeah.
I'm bad at it.
I need to finish. Yeah, I still need to finish it.
I need to finish Teelu. I'm grounded.
Yeah, you do. When are you doing it?
Maybe tomorrow after work, depending on what time I finish.
Okay.
This is like
riding
Doom.
them.
This is like Doom when you're riding the sandworms. Where am I going? Uh-oh.
I don't think I ever played Doom.
Oh, it's a TV book and a TV show.
Whee!
And a film as well, I think.
Yeah, I think.
Wait,
did I play Doom? I think I might have played Doom in primary school. Our maths teacher would always allow us to play video games.
Ah.
If we completed our work.
Our maths teacher used to let us watch Netflix on our phones. Not that we had our phones on us, definitely.
If anything, I'm more surprised that you had Netflix. You've just aged me even more.
That was like, we were talking about this earlier. Like, I did my GCSEs 10 years ago. This year. Whee! Oh, there's the glitch. Oh. They're good games,
right
Glenn. They're good games.
No! What was that?
I don't know. I think I made it through.
A good friend of yours says that AC has AC. Wait. A good friend of yours. That makes so much more sense. Remember when Blockbuster had the option to buy Netflix for under $1 million? Yeah, they're regretting that decision now, I bet. I miss Blockbusters. I remember going in there just getting really cheap films.
I once got all my games cleaned from there because it got really scratched up and stuff. Nowhere else would clean it, and Blockbuster was shut down anyway. They went, yeah, why not?
Does that mean we saved my idea from being stolen?
Blockbuster now is a Burger King. It's very sad.
Keep an eye out for more of these side stories.
Yeah, but our focus should be on hunting down those glitches and escaping.
I like how my character's like, side twist.
Mine is just like, no, we need to shut it down. But I also want to do the side stories.
Will stay vigilant for these side story portal thingies.
She even speaks like me.
Track the crime boss. But there could be some real hidden gems in there.
I mean, there are some real hidden gems in here. Look, there's a supermarket and everything.
Aren't they worth checking out if we can save them from Raider, though?
Fine. Maybe.
Yeah, because I think I'm meant to be doing something for you. Oh, okay, hang on.
Zoe, cat!
Oh. Aha! No.
There you go. I
don't know where
I don't know where you're meant to be putting it, but
there we go.
There you go.
I knew it was somewhere.
And then there you go. That should get you out. But hang on, I need to smash the other. No, I wanted to smash the other one. There we go. Thanks.
Oh, I need to do round here as well. There's more glass.
Do you want another one for the other window?
Nah, it's all good.
No, it's just the one.
Just the one.
It's just the one.
Any luck with them swans? Just the swan, actually.
Just the one swan, actually.
Howdy.
Oh, I think you need. Hang on, you need another one. I'm gonna chuck one over to you.
Thank you. There you go.
You're welcome.
Well, I'm waiting for you, or I'm going to play hopscotch. Ah!
You're gonna play hopscotch? I
Yeah.
Play hopscotch. You can play hopscotch.
2, 3.
Screw that.
4,
I'm coming down.
5, 6, 7.
Oh my
8,
goodness, you actually can.
9, 10. I win.
I mean, that's not how you do the hopscotch, but.
I mean, she was celebrating right at the end, so.
Okay, I need to do it properly.
Never played, so I wouldn't know.
Never played, so I wouldn't know. Right. 1, 2, 3.
1,
4,
2,
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
See,
Oh,
she
that's
celebrates.
cute. That's cute. I like that. Yeah, this is the rest of the stream now. It's just us playing hopscotch.
Right, we need tic-tac-toe.
Hey, don't, because you should play No Way Out. No Way Out is a fun one.
I need to.
Because you get to play like different games on there.
Right, where am I going?
Going
There's
up
a
the
ladder.
that I just kicked down for you.
I wasn't paying attention. I was playing more hopscotch.
I used to.
Huh. What holds you back?
You seem healthy. Not enough time or money.
That was fun though. I like games that have like little mini games in them.
So
Always
fun.
broke.
I can smash the trash. Hey Gally, how are you? You need to play No Way Out. Maybe Mum will play. Honestly, she'd love it. You get to play little mini games in it. It's great.
It's something that I definitely need to play
Yeah.
at some point.
Yeah, these games make or break friendships for sure.
Is that the elephant out of It Takes Two?
Wait, I'm coming. Oh my goodness, I think it is the elephant from It Takes Two. Oh, good spot.
Protect the queen.
See,
Just
respect
like
the queen. Respect the queen. That's
Damn it.
why she said it. Hey Amber, how are you?
Hey Amber. Hey Gally.
We're smashing things.
This is me also getting
What
very
else can I
distracted.
smash?
Smashy, smashy.
I have a fire one now.
Damn it. I just have my whip. Hey.
Oh, sorry.
I'm on fire.
Oh, you
like, stop, drop, roll, stop, drop, roll.
Stop, drop, roll. Your only concern is you don't know if there are stealth missions. If you have no idea how good at them she is. Well, she'll learn. She'll learn.
Just say I'm not very good
I'm
at
sure
stealth.
she'll learn.
It's like the subway.
I mean, you are not good at stealth. No.
No, I try. I fail.
I need fire.
I didn't expect cyber ninjas.
This is so cute, Potty Spies.
It's
station
so
do we
good.
think?
Okay, I'm
It's
just
like
smashing
cute.
everything. Okay.
Can I hop on the train?
Okay, I'm gonna wait here.
Aha!
You want to take that side?
Sure.
You're doing good. Hope the game is going well. Whoa, you were able to slide under?
Yeah. Got to, I
How
think.
did you do that?
Pressing,
Oh, okay.
that one.
Run!
Ooh! No, I don't want to go just yet. Ooh, what's through
Oh,
here?
this is cool.
Damn it, it's locked.
But you have the patience that day. You're very good at stealth. Yeah, I love stealth games.
Can I throw this out? Ex-human.
Hey, I'm putting some music on.
I'm just gonna destroy stuff. Vandalism.
We need a good song.
There's me just committing vandalism.
Very loud game.
Yeah.
Bin. Don't mind me, I'm just...
Seriously?
Seriously?
Yeah.
You should come sit on this chair. Come sit on it. It's great.
Oh, no.
It's a really comfortable chair.
You can actually sit on chairs.
Yeah, you can sit on the chair.
Ow. Where did you find that footage of me falling from the chair at work?
No. That's funny.
Oh.
What does that do? Okay.
Breaking and entering. Let's go.
Hey, this is your favourite place, being in an abandoned subway station.
Just leave me here.
Oh,
Hey.
sorry.
Right, that's it. Payback time. Come here, you. Hey.
I was trying to hit the barrel, okay? You were just there.
Let's leave how we found it.
I'm sorry.
Collateral damage right there.
Did you just shut the door behind it?
Yes.
Lizard King, live at Club Nexus.
Okay, this spot is the
Wooden
hideout
tour.
of our crime boss. Not
Doors
surprised
open
you're
at
a club
10.
cat,
Oh, there's
Leo.
free drinks. Let's
Play
go.
me techno and
Oh,
I'm
free drinks,
in
absolutely.
heaven.
Fight to the death, exactly. That's what it feels like sometimes.
Real instruments. You know, real music.
Does it include free Dr. Pepper?
Go.
Ah.
Free Dr. Pepper.
That'd be fun.
What was he under arrest for?
I don't know. Fight to the death.
Like always.
Woo.
Wait, off we go.
Were we not supposed to go into the club?
How are you, Amber? What have you been up to? What's your
We're
dinner
cyber
going to be
ninjas,
today?
remember?
What's your
Right.
dinner going to be today,
We've been
Sadie?
all about
Probably
stealth up until
leftovers.
now.
I haven't really thought about it.
What leftovers?
Curry
Leftover
from
curry?
yesterday. Yeah.
It did look banging, to be fair. But
It tasted nice.
I really like my my sticky honey chicken.
Oh.
Honey and sriracha chicken. Oh my god, that was banging.
We're good. Let's go.
5 stream streak, let's go! What are we doing?
I think you've got to jump up. Nope. Why is this? Maybe it's the other way.
Oh wait. Oh, I thought it was pushing me up. Right.
Probably one of them, surely.
Are you
Oh wait, hang on.
other way? Aha, there we go. There we
There we go.
Down we go.
Down.
Party!
This
We
is,
came here to party! Party!
this is how I enter Indiana Jones style.
Sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
This is cool.
Right, where did you go from this thing?
There's a little platform, so there's more swings. If you look to the right,
Oh,
this is
to the right.
Try and point like
Right
This
over there,
way.
right over there.
yeah. Oh wait, hang on.
Okay. Right, what are we doing?
If we've both gone to this one, then I pull.
Ah,
Oh, no.
there you go.
There you go.
Let's go.
There's me making sure I haven't
really cool
actually missed anything.
Electrifying!
It is electrifying.
I love this. It's so
You'd
cool.
never catch me. The closest thing that you would catch me to in a setting like this is Cyberdog in London.
I love Cyberdog. It's such a cute shot, honestly. Anything cool around here? Got to explore. He says, looking around. Fine.
No, you're okay. You're okay to explore.
So, who is this
I like
robot
exploring.
exactly?
Exploring is
All
good.
you need to
It's
know is that
fun.
you gotta take her out in order to liberate the city.
Yeah, I got that part, but
Do you know what you're
What's she
doing for
like?
dinner yet?
She's a ruthless psychopath. who kills
No.
for fun.
I kind of do
Sounds
want
like a
some more
real
chicken,
gem.
but I don't have any chicken in the freezer.
Oh no.
I know. Oh no. Oh no.
Chicken's nice.
No, no lemon pledge. It's the only meat that I really eat.
Well, well, well. Look what the cat dragged in.
We have our villain.
Are you finally here to pay your debt?
You're not getting shit.
I decide when your shit is paid. And until the mortgage is secured, your ass belongs to me.
what is she talking about, Mio?
No, don't mind her. I just wrote her as a flat, greedy villain.
The dialogue sounds oddly specific, though.
Say hello to Mr. Hammer.
Mr.
MC.
Oh.
Hello, Mr. Hammer.
That is something
Like
my
your
character would do.
character.
Like, and I would do. Hi.
Yeah.
Bring it on! Take him out.
God. The music in this game.
It's so cute. I love it.
Okay, where are we going?
Ah!
Oh. I don't know what we're meant to be doing.
I don't know.
I think, are you? Oh, okay.
You've got to.
Oh, okay. I can do damage on the hammer. Okay. Hey,
Where is he?
oh,
Hi. Yay!
nice one.
Get him.
I mean, I am not feeling very well right now. Ouch! 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 You earn your paycheck.
Uh-oh. Yes. Attack him! That's me using his own hammer against
Doing my
him.
best. Okay, phase 1. Say hello to my little friend.
Oh, look how cute they are.
Oh, robo doggies.
I don't want
Killer
to-
dogs.
Me neither.
Oh, Jesus. Spammy triangle. I'm gonna die.
I'm gonna die.
This is not okay!
Spammy triangle. Okay, we did it. We survived.
we got
Aww.
this. No.
They're so cute, right, Amber?
I like how he's more worried about the breed than anything. Oh no! Don't die on me.
Yeesh. I think wanting to press circle as the dodge rather than square.
I'm the exact same. I'm like, hang on, I should be pressing something that isn't square right now. Eee. Oh no, I'm gonna die. Ah, I did die.
Oh, I just fell off. I'm sorry. That was my fault. I think that was a terrible time for both of us to die.
Oh, at least we don't have
Yay!
to do the whole.
A game doesn't reset it.
Oh, instantly a good game in my books.
Instantly a good game.
Uh-oh.
Feel the beat. Ouch.
Shoot.
Get the hammer, Zoe!
Oh no, he just pushed me off.
Yeah, kick his ass!
I was kicking his ass. Look at us go. Okay, instantly like that game in the sense that it didn't reset the difficulty.
That's what
I
I'm
hate games
thinking.
that do that.
It's so annoying when games do that. Uh-oh.
Doing a lot of running in this.
And jumping.
Yeah. Whee! My favourite bit's though, sliding.
My character's there like, I will go home. Let me go home.
Mine's just like, yay.
Right.
Family-friendly story you created.
Oh no.
Made it.
Take to that shutter. Hurry, Zoe.
Spammy triangle. You should force your dad to play it with you. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it.
Take cover.
Oh no.
Where?
Well, at least they're through.
At least he helped us. Yeah, they helped us out. It's a
And
great
hey, at least
family-friendly
they
game.
can't attack us anymore.
You ain't seen
Right, exactly. Oh, this is cute though. There's a thrift shop.
Oh,
Has everyone got their energy today?
I have
False
tea.
promises. That was cool. Amber, you
That's
should
awesome.
totally get your dad to play this with you. Right, we're going up there, but
There's another portal or a side story thing up ahead.
Where?
I want to explore it.
yes, up here.
Where is it? Oh yeah.
Yeah, we doing it?
Come on. Yeah, if I can figure out. There we go. Yay.
I want to know this side story.
It looked fun.
Well, this was certainly unexpected.
This is a good way to get the fantasy element in.
Wait, no. Am I?
Yes.
It sounds
We're
like
pigs.
Ratatouille music.
Just pigs.
Just pigs?
It does a little bit.
We're super pigs.
We're super pigs? Are we spider pig? Do we get to be spider pig?
Spider
pig.
Oh, cool! I can stretch.
Ah, you'll
Oh my goodness, I can fart.
in no time.
Oh my god.
I fart fly?
I can
Magical
fart
rainbow
fly.
fart. The best
You've
fart.
seen this bit before? I
Oh my
haven't
God.
seen anything to do with this game, and this
Boing,
is
boing, hoo-hoo.
genius. Why can I fart fly? Oh my god. I shouldn't find farts funny. I'm a grown adult. The fart fly is the best thing ever made, right? That sounded
Oh
like
my
a wet
god,
one.
you can wallow in the mud.
Oh, I'm wallowing in shame right now. Fartfly is the best thing ever made. It absolutely is. Oh, look at them. We are one with the pig.
I want apples.
You want
The
apples?
door wants apples. Let's find them.
Why does the door want apples? What is going on?
Brilliant. Oh my god, look at the strawberry.
I have an apple. I have an apple.
These guys are just praising
Oh, there's another.
strawberries.
There's another one up there. Yep, you got. Yep.
I was watching the guys praise the store.
Is that you're writing a comedy horror book series?
That's awesome, Gally.
Genius. That's so cool. Hopefully this is inspiring you of what not to write, but at the same time of what to
This
write.
side story is wild, Zoe.
Oh, relax, city girl. Have fun. Get money.
Sadie, have you ever thought about writing a
Pigs flying story.
story about pigs flying? Oh my goodness, when he flies as well, a rainbow comes out. Look.
Oh my god. This is so much fun. Oh,
What a mean
poor pig.
tomato.
This is.
Where are we going?
What is going on?
Oh my god, look, the
I mean,
fishing.
this could be. It could be a horror. Wait, where are you? I want a fish.
Someone's fishing.
Oh, guys, they don't take any shit here. Or no, beware of. No, it's a. Oh, what do you call it? Like instead of rock landslides, it's a shit slide. Pigs can drown in there.
That's brilliant.
There's that pig has got wings.
Oh my god. I want the bubbles.
Oh my goodness!
Oh god!
Whee! Oh, I see what I needed to do. Oh, I ruined all of... Okay, hang on. I need a bubble.
Ah!
I popped them. I was having too much fun. Oh, shoot. That's fine. I'm on. Okay, I'm on. Okay, I have another apple.
Another apple!
I'm still hungry.
I'm still hungry too. What is this game?
I can't reach it. Oh no. Miss, hey, come back here.
Where are we taking the apple? Is it back to the door?
Aha! No! Don't
You
fall,
got your
don't fall.
apple?
Yes. I think it is back to the door, but I really want to see what's around here. Carrot.
Yeah, I want to see what's around here. Whee! What?
Something about the smell of a pig's butt.
Okay. That made me laugh a little bit too much. I feel ashamed. I feel ashamed that I laughed a little bit too much about that.
This is so cool.
He's still hungry. Right, where are we taking this?
Oh, there's a door here.
Oh, to this door. We both got it at the same time. I like how mine just laid down there. That's something that I would do.
Don't wallow.
This might actually be the first idea for a story I ever wrote down as a kid.
So you're a country gal?
Yep, from head to toe. Or, I mean,
Wallow in that self-pity.
This is so
Oh,
cool.
it's the sounds. Oh, this is so funny. There are no
So
pigs that feature in the writing of Mr. Comedy horror book series. I got you. I got you, Gally.
Feed me.
Oh, we got to find
Feed
more.
me, Seymour. Feed me all night long. I mean, this is a wicked little side story.
This is so fun.
What did you do today? Played as a pig.
Oh.
Whee.
Wait, I think that's the apple I'm supposed to get.
I see your green one. Your green one is where I am. Where are you?
Look at all the tomatoes. I'm looking around.
I see my pink one that I need to get.
I think we both went the wrong way.
Your green one is, yeah. I went to your one. Pooping rainbows.
Right. How do I get
Oh,
to
are
this?
you able to come to my one?
Yeah.
I think we have to help each other.
That makes sense. Oh my god.
I don't remember writing this.
Porky's so the room.
Oh my god, why are they dancing as well? Why are they worshipping the pig?
They're sacrificing him. What else is around here?
They are sacrificing him. Amber, that was... Right, so Christmas, I think, was it Christmas or Thanksgiving? We had a full-on hog. Okay, maybe it's not... That did a little bit.
Hang on.
You have to be like bigger.
Oh, hang on.
Okay, let's go do your one maybe.
I've got an idea.
Oh, okay, hang on.
Okay, you ready? Oh, no, that didn't work.
Oh, wait, no, I can fly. I think you have the right idea.
Oh.
Hang on. How are
Where
you
am I
spamming
flying
down
to?
there? Oh.
Maybe not.
Maybe not. But let me come and help you with your one.
Cool. Sacrifice to the pig god. Massive,
Poop on the floor. And then if I jump onto this, can you then...
There we are.
Oh, that was weird.
And then if you leave,
and then I'll jump off, and then
there we go. That works. I don't think that was supposed to be how I did it, but
well, you did it anyway. Sacrifice to the pig god, exactly.
Apple here.
Those poor piggies.
All right.
Okay, so you have your apple.
Oops.
Um.
Can I drop it off? Nope. Damn it. I thought I could drop it off. The dancing still. Unless...
It has to have something to do with this, right?
Surely. Oh my god, they're chanting as well.
They're chanting it?
Yeah, it sounds like they're chanting.
Right,
What if we both jump on this?
Oh, good shout. Okay, let's
know.
right. 3, 2, 1, jump. Okay, that kind of works a little bit, but 3, 2. Oh,
it's alright. I fell off.
3, 2, 1, jump.
I actually don't know what we're supposed to be doing.
Is there something that we can like pull around to it?
Maybe?
Because I feel, yeah, can you spring up? Yeah, you spring up there.
I want to see what's around here.
Yeah.
Nothing. That's not handy.
You can't, can you like spring across to it?
No, because I
From
spring
up there?
upwards.
Just upwards?
Yeah. Unless...
Can you spring across over to by the pig area?
Hang on. Nope. Which pig area? That pig area?
Yeah, and to the right of you, there's a little like podium thing by the look of it.
Oh yeah.
No, okay. Chat. Any suggestions?
Maybe.
Oh! Wait. What if I fart? Wait, I can fart my way up. Okay, hang on. 3, 2, 1, go. Oh. Oh, hang on. I feel like that might be the way. But I'm not getting the height. I need the height.
Anything around here that might help?
Why would they put this here if it wasn't for it?
I don't know. But me wants to.
Yeah, can I jump from a height?
You able to?
Can I get up onto any of this?
Oh, hang on.
Oh, what did you just do?
Right,
okay,
ready?
Right.
3, 2, 1. There.
Yes. Thank you.
That works.
Genius. Genius.
I don't
See,
know what
sometimes
I'm
all
doing.
it takes is a little bit of piggy patience.
How did you know I love apples?
Oh, we know you love apples.
So guess?
It was the only thing we could find. Oh my goodness, it's the 3 little pigs.
Where?
I guess. Or is it now?
We have a target practice. Hey!
Yeah!
I'm sorry, I just smashed the brick house. I'm sorry.
Did you get the trophy as well?
Sorry.
I'm intrigued.
Probably. I turn off my award things, like trophy things.
Oh, that's fair. Me, I don't know.
Oh, it's okay. Right, okay. I was just wanting to see what that would do. Okay, we came in from there. Okay.
Ah. Look at all of this. This is so cute.
This music as well.
Has
this game turned into Animal Farm? Yes, Lizzie. Yes, it has. Oh my goodness, this is so fun.
I love it how we're getting very
that
distracted.
I want to jump onto this. Oh, that was that. Hey.
I want to hit your lift.
I'm gonna just hit the hay for 2 seconds.
I need sleep.
This is so fun. This is so stupid but so fun at the same time.
I love it.
I feel, are we meant to be doing something here?
I'm not sure.
Are we still looking for apples?
Can't believe I'm saying this, but this is kind of cozy.
Whoops.
Yeah.
It is
Side
kind of
story
cozy.
sounds glorious.
I like this side story.
This is a good side story.
It's cute.
I think as well because it's quite a long side story really because it's so ridiculous.
Broccoli rules. Nothing's better than homegrown vegetables.
Oh. Oh, there's a little
Nothing
picnic
is better than
basket.
homegrown vegetables. There's a what?
Picnic basket.
Oh, that's cool. I think I have to fart my way over. That was such a weird statement.
I think I need to.
You love this, Amber? This is a great little,
so cute.
little side story. Okay. Was that the right idea though?
Maybe. Alright.
I'm just gonna climb into it.
I mean,
There we
that
go.
works.
I didn't think that was what I was meant to do, but sure.
Think I could
Oh
get
my
used to being a
goodness!
pig, actually. Enjoy it while it lasts.
Oh my god. I kind of want pizza now, seeing this.
Go slide.
You want
Yep,
pizza?
here we go.
How do you go
After
for
seeing-
pizza?
Because it gives me Italian restaurant vibes.
Oh. Oh no! What?
Oh my god!
Oh my god! No! What?
Oh my god!
What?
I was so... Oh my god!
WTF indeed!
Down now. Let's grill ourselves.
Oh, I want cookies. Oh.
Ah, hot. Oh, kind of nice, but ouch.
Yay!
Well, what on earth is going on?
Oh my god, this is hilarious.
I'm grilled to perfection.
You are okay. We've got to get ourselves our.
You go on to... Hang on. Oh, that's cool.
Okay,
Right, ready?
Yep.
Boom.
Right, if we swap places...
Oh, yeah. How did
I
we
need
do
my
that?
sauce.
So stupid.
I love it how this
It's
is
like-
like little kid's mind as well.
Yeah, like the little pet.
Wait, no.
Oh my god. Cannibalism. Cannibalism right there. That was a good story.
Are you for real, Zoe? Like I said, I wrote it when I was a kid. What sort of double child were you? I guess there's no easy way to tell a kid how sausages are made. This shit was traumatic. 7-year-old Zoe took it.
I think George Orwell was thinking about this when he wrote Animal Farm, or maybe he did.
This was one of those...
Probably.
Wish I could have written
Okay.
it in my GCSE work.
Yeah, Sadie, we are exploring all of the side stories after that.
Yes.
We just need to go
That was
through them.
hilarious.
I think so.
Ooh, little lift.
As I say, in school, primary school, we had to write a short story. Mine turned into an essay where it was, I just went straight in there, where it was all based around a Doctor Who episode, and the English teacher gave me an A for it.
That's impressive. Mine was
I know, right?
Simon
I was
the
like,
Speckled Frog.
Simon the Speckled Frog.
Yeah.
Ouch.
Where am I going?
Where are you?
Ah, okay, so I think I'm supposed to throw stuff for you to get onto the wall. So if you...
Oh, so I grip it. I grip these ones. Oh, okay.
I don't know where I'm supposed to be sending you, though.
Over to the yellow bit. To the yellow.
Sorry.
There we go.
There we go. Woohoo!
Sorted. And then looked over to your right.
There we go.
There you go. There you go.
Okay, that makes sense. Oh. This means I've got to go back for the... I think I've got to go back for the... Oh no, I don't need to go back. Right.
For the poles.
Yeah, it's right there.
Fantastic.
Right.
There we go, sorted.
Yay!
You once wrote a fan fiction of Ron Weasley and Mr. Tumnus in your IT class. Your teacher wasn't impressed but thought it was hilarious. I mean, that's an interesting combination right there. Okay, what did that do?
Ah.
Oh, and you need this one? You need this one? Oh, okay, sorry. Hang on. Right, 3, 2, 1. There you go. Was that all of them?
Yeah. Woo.
Being a cyber ninja does its perks, doesn't it? Oh yeah, I truly feel blessed.
Ah.
Yeah, you run away. You run away.
Hey.
Take that.
I can leave you locked out.
No,
Bye.
Hey,
back.
Paws, how are you?
Hey, Paws.
This is gonna be gold. Heck yeah.
Psych. I feel like that dude out of Robots.
Yeah.
I feel like that little Tim dude out of Robots, where he's like, "You want to see Big World?"
I would read Ron Weasley and Mr. Tumnus, to be fair. Do you want to just put it in chat? We'll read it now.
Maybe. I think this is where I'm supposed to be going, but I'm not entirely sure.
Oh, I know.
Uh-oh.
Okay, I'm on my way. I'm on my way. You're doing great. I don't think I'm going to be much help. You did so good there. You did that all yourself.
Why, thank you.
Hey, Alex. How you doing?
Hey, Alex.
How are you, Alex? Welcome. Welcome on in. How are you, Paws? Welcome. We are doing some split fiction. I have the wonderful Sadie Bean next to me. Well, not next to me physically, but if you're on your way like Ellie was on her way to save Joel, good luck. All of the capitals.
All the caps. I like all the caps.
All of the capitals.
Repayment? What is
I mean, you guys, did you see that we were pigs 2 seconds ago?
I was dying of laughter in that one. Uh-oh.
Okay, right, we need to find another side story. Caps were an accident.
Parking tickets.
Time
to die.
Unpaid parking tickets.
Unpaid parking tickets. Oh, this music.
Yeah, she squeezes everyone on everything.
issue another ticket. How regrettable.
Whee!
Why did you include this into your story, Mio?
I don't know. Are you happy when you get hit with a ticket?
Not really.
No! Oops.
I didn't know where my character went, so I was like, head to there.
Yours disappeared.
I went into the unknown.
Why did you include this into your story, Mio?
I don't know. Are you happy when you get hit with a ticket?
No.
No.
This is a bit extreme.
My garage, my rules.
Okay. We're still in it. We're still in it.
Yay!
You seem to be carrying a lot of frustration with the world.
Without heart,
Hey, we're doing great.
Yes, we got this.
Why is my character slowing down?
Oh no.
Oh, shit.
Bye.
Sorry, language. Okay, we're down. This is a really cool little
I like this story.
area.
It's cute.
Jeez, all this for some parking tickets.
It's true. They want their money.
Wouldn't it just be easier to pay them and move on?
Tonight, liberate the city from parking.
He's got a point.
meter has officially expired.
Uh-oh.
What on earth is happening?
I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing right now.
I mean,
I'm dying.
you died.
Yeah. I died again.
Sabotage.
Okay.
And again.
This is Tron.
Monocle of death.
Okay. Let's not die.
Are we meant to be attacking?
Aha, you can.
Aha.
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 Not resisting.
Oh wait, what am I doing? Oh, I'm running around. Okay. Oh, I am also getting attacked.
Zoe, try to hit the eye.
Where is the eye? Oh, is
There.
this the eye? Okay. That was the eye. Okay, two. Okay.
Yay.
Okay. Coming back.
Okay.
I will have order. I like how he said that.
Death by infrastructure.
Oh no.
Death by
I like
infrastructure.
buses. Don't let them kill us.
Oh no.
If you
Oh
don't
no.
I went too quickly. I was like, oh.
I was just like, oh, I want to go forwards.
under the bus.
Used to bring us under the bus.
Throwing you under the bus. Oh, that sounds like someone I know.
Haha.
Stay in it. Stay in it.
Sky.
I'm trying.
What's happening now?
In it.
Oh! Oh, I don't know how I managed. Oh.
The particle of death.
I am the particle of death. I like all of his sayings.
It's awesome.
Minus him being, you know, a killer. Whee! It is time.
Not a parking zone.
Yes, you are.
You are a parking zone. See, you have pee on you.
Us. Us. Us.
Okay, one.
Parking is in.
Oh! That's my own fault.
I'm throwing you under the bus. Violations will be met with violence.
Oh no. Stay alive. Stay alive.
No pyramid, no parking.
This is really trippy.
Us.
So hard.
Us. Us.
Okay, I'm in. I'm in.
Vehicle violence.
Okay.
Oh no.
Spammy triangle. This is great.
Maybe for you.
Rip it! Rip it!
Oh.
Rip it!
I got it!
Yay!
I'm like, help me!
I can see where you were. Ah.
Yeah, some co-op action. Rip it! Rip. Oh, you're dead.
Yeah. I'm alive now. Oh,
You got this. You got this. You got this. Oh,
come on. Survive.
you got this. I'm only spamming triangle. It's fine. Nicely done.
I'm the monocle of death.
Where is it right now?
Do you like motor?
Hey, spammy triangle. Nice.
Oh no.
Nice.
Order! Only chaos!
GG's.
Yay. Yes. Who's the weak link? I'm joking. Bloody Tarza. It's probably me, Spiritual. Was that
No.
Spiritual?
It's me. Hey, Spiritual. But I didn't realise we were still playing.
Oh no.
Where am I up? Oh. Kaboom!
Okay.
I remember that time.
Big boom.
Okay.
What's it doing?
Right.
Drop your guard.
You will respect my parking regulations. I love bureaucracy. All vehicles will be moved for street cleaning. I'ma get you.
I'm gonna get ya. I'll get ya.
I'll rip you. Finish it, Neo.
No! Hang on. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Spamming triangle.
Ah, I've got it. I've got it. Somehow.
Okay. Okay. There we go.
Yay!
He turned into a subatomic atom.
Payments declined.
For cyber ninjas on a stealth mission?
Imagine if that was parking tickets, right?
And it's gonna
I'd be
get
screwed.
Why am I not surprised?
Next
That'd be
up,
terrible.
those guys.
How
That was
lovely.
horrible.
Don't worry. I got a getaway car.
Are there even any cars left?
The suits do look really badass, right?
They're so cool.
You take the wheel. I'll ride shotgun.
Flying is not going to
I'm
lower my
flying.
stress
Oh
levels.
boy.
Just drive.
It's about 17% more power. Absolutely. Oh, we're in the Batmobile. Okay. Why are we in the Batmobile now?
I'm not sure.
Is it me driving
off.
again?
No, it's me apparently.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Oh, shoot. Okay.
It's an automatic, Zoe. Just floor it.
I go down, then we go around,
Floating objects
and
on
then
Neo. They're mine. I'll clear them.
oh no.
Oh, sorry. I
It's
didn't see what
alright.
we were shooting. That was my fault.
Objects up ahead, Neo. They're mine. I'll clear them.
Whoops. I'm gonna aim for the one
Where
that
are
we
they?
don't need to shoot.
Where is it?
Clear those mines.
Woohoo!
What do I do? Just stay on the road. Get
Stay on the road. That's easier for you to say.
Stay in the air.
And trying.
Hang on. Oh, this is gonna be tight.
Very tight.
Okay.
Look at my driving skills.
I did not sign up for this.
Your driving skills great.
Woo!
Ah, don't grab my hand.
Okay.
Sorry. You just wait. Your driving skills are great. And there's we go. No.
Your driving's great. Death.
Ah, don't grab my hand.
I I just... Oh no! I swear I was aiming down. I was like, what am I doing?
Am I meant to be shooting something right now?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I think we're good now. You got this. Down a bit. Yes! Nailed it.
Oh, that worked.
Joss. Yeah, just.
Believe in yourself.
Whee!
Believe in yourself. Whee! Okay.
Now jump.
Oh boy.
Wait, what happened?
I had to jump.
Wait, you had that rocket launcher the whole time. Right? Well, then be a gem and maybe use it. Right ahead. Right ahead.
Woo!
Whoa.
Ah! Sorry.
Oh, sorry. No, I think that was also me. I didn't see where we were getting shot from.
I saw a train ahead and I was like, I've got to avoid it.
You got distracted by a train, didn't you?
Yes.
Well, then be a gem and maybe
Maybe.
use it. Right ahead. Right ahead. Whoa.
Whee! This is so much fun.
Right, now where are we getting shot from?
I don't know. I'm just driving.
Yeah, just focus on that drive.
I'm saying I'm supposed to be.
Don't talk to me right now.
Yeah. We're heading this way. Shit.
Oh shoot.
Yay. Woo. Going this way.
Okay.
I don't exactly remember how this getaway ends. You're telling me that now? Yeah, sorry.
She's just like, sorry.
I think you need to jump, Chloe.
Okay. Oh well, we've just killed a ton of people right there.
Sorry, everyone.
I'm
Sorry everyone, you... I'm not sure.
It's a bigger. I'm still supposed to be driving right now.
We have just killed so many people right there.
We're good. We're good.
I just killed tens of thousands of innocents. Oh no.
You did. Oh, there, of course. There's the bird.
At least we landed in water.
And at least there wasn't a zombie attacking us.
Have you ever wondered where all of this violence stems from?
Whenever you have time, feel free to help me out.
But surely all this action and killing must come from something.
You know what, Zoe? Let's
Anger.
sit here and find the root for it all, shall we?
Yep.
I feel like I'm ready to do some serious soul searching right here, right now.
Right in the middle of the swimming pool.
On 3. 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
Oh,
Sky
this
Ray.
looks nice.
Sky Bridge. I want to go down that slide. Can we go down the slide?
Yeah,
I want to go down the slide. Right.
Actually, I know what I want to do.
Yeah.
Bye.
Water bomb!
Oh, mine was terrible.
Yay! Oh no.
Hang on,
There is.
hang on. Ah, don't mind me, just relaxing. On the donut. You want to be on the crocodile with me?
Hang on, I'm going on the slide.
Hang on.
Whee!
Which one are you going down?
Blue.
Come here. Why is this too fun? What exactly is the function of a rubber duck?
It's thrown to swimming pools.
Okay, do you want to race? Race down the slide?
Okay, hang on. How do I get to the yellow one? How do you get to the yellow slide?
Oh man, I love water slides.
How do I get to yellow water
Oh,
slide?
Keep going up. Keep going up the stairs and then to the left.
Oh. Thank you.
Because there's another level.
Just realised I see. My bad. Hope you will.
There's an It Takes Two advert!
Where?
The yellow sign, It Takes Two.
Oh. That's cool.
Oh my god, I just realised that's Sadie. My bad. Hope you're well.
I'm good, thanks, Spiritual. Hope you're well. Where am I going?
Yeah, it's an It
there
Takes
it
Two
is.
ad. This is genius.
This is so
Okay,
cool.
right, you tell me when you're there. I say you tell me when you're there. I can see when you're there. Okay,
Right,
ready? 3.
Sorry.
Oh.
I tried to stop. It wouldn't let me stop.
Okay, right, well, I'll just wait for you again.
I was trying. I tried to stop and it was like, no.
Ready? 3. Straight. Oh. It's
Not let
fine.
me in.
It's fine. You have time. You've got this. It's a
6
good thing
hours
this
later.
team. Yeah, this game definitely doesn't require any teamwork whatsoever. Let's start. Exactly.
Oh, right.
Right. Okay.
I'm standing here. I don't trust myself again.
3, 2, 1, go!
Full throttle!
Oh, I'm almost sliding out. Whee! Oh, I've like proper dived in. That was beautiful. That was beautiful. Thank you everyone for watching that little moment right there.
This is
That was
my
so
character just
funny.
getting so distracted by. Oh, some beds.
Like, no, It Takes Two.
Oh,
2.
yeah.
Tango. Oh, It
Oh.
Takes Two to Tango. It's not the It Takes Two. It's just It Takes Two to Tango.
I mean, it could be It Takes Two.
do you wanna tango?
At the.
Yeah, the map design's really cool in this.
Oh, you can sit here and ponder life. Am I? Ah. How relaxing.
Damn.
Sushi.
How about this?
Sushi.
Yeah, ordered
The map design's really cool.
When does the sun come up? Never. This is it. Couldn't you make something, you know, nice?
I mean, that's just any day in London, really. It raining every day. Hey Raven, you
Hey,
like
Raven.
this game. Not as good as their previous 2. Wait, they had 2 other. Wait, which ones did they do, Raven?
Enough rest.
They
Did they
did.
do It Takes Two?
No other
Yeah.
way around it.
If only Luton looked like this. Spiritually. How do you know Luton?
Who doesn't know?
Spiritual
Raven?
knows Luton.
Whoops. It's not that way. I can confirm it's not that way. Where are we going?
Sit this. Ah.
Aha.
I'm back. No!
Bye.
Do you think I'm American or something? I mean, I know someone that was from, where was he? From like Mexico or somewhere, that visited the UK and said Luton. I was like, how? He lived there for a couple of months. Or did they do the prison one? Oh, did they do the prison one? No Way Out was so fun.
I still need to play it at some point.
Yeah, it is really good.
Oh, the
Hang on, I just need a wee.
Right, I'm going in.
It's a long one.
Oh yeah, sorry.
No Way Out at Thorpe Park was awesome. Now you're throwing in the Thorpe Park reference.
Is there a side bit up
You, my
there?
friend.
There's a side quest up here. I can't
Yes,
reach it.
side quest.
And I had to reach it.
Hang on, let's figure this out. It Takes Two.
Unless.
Oh,
we need...
is there a machine thing that comes over this way?
Not that I can see.
How do we get up to that one? Oh. Oops.
Oopsies. Lettuce.
Was no way out the former X building.
Hope that doesn't work. I thought that would work.
Okay, it's not that either. Oh, can I climb up this? Oh, that just is me ruining it. We want to do the side quest.
Oh no!
But I also feel like that's the way out anyway. No, that's the way. I want to do this one. Your grandparents used to live there. What, at Thorpe Park? Oh, Luton. So spent most of your weekends there. Yeah, Luton is not the place that I would go to for a day trip. Oh, no. Oh,
See if there's anything down here that we missed. Nope.
No, I'm dying.
Damn it.
It's got sci-fi and fantasy. Button heads like, phew. I know, right? You wish your grandparents lived in Thorpe Park. I'm not a fan of Thorpe Park. Well, Thorpe Park would be our kind of go-to little place. I don't know about you, Sadie, but like it would be our go-to kind of theme park. And then as you grew up as an adult, you realised how annoying teenagers are.
I didn't
especially at Thorpe Park
really go until I was like, I can't remember how old I was. I was young. I was like 14, 15. That was the first time I went to Thorpe Park.
Oh, you look like you got well close there. I only went because I knew someone that worked for the company, so they would get us in really cheap. Or we'd use the Sun vouchers.
I used to have Legoland membership when I was younger.
I miss Legoland. Legoland's underrated.
I loved it.
How do we
It
get
was
up
because
there?
I used to live in like winter area when I was younger. So
yeah,
I used to have membership.
Oh, so that's why you're prim and posh.
No. Me, proper.
Proper, innit?
I don't know how you get up there. Damn it.
Because it's a pink thing.
Yeah.
Oh.
Unless, what happens if you jump? Can you, like, knock it down or something when you jump? No.
No.
Damn
it
it.
doesn't give me any options. My only thinking is maybe we needed to have jumped onto it when we were getting pulled over.
Oh, yeah. Damn it.
And if that's the case, that's really annoying.
We'll have to come back to it. Oh.
Where was the most recent checkpoint?
I don't know. Let's have... Should we do restart from checkpoint?
Yeah. See where it leads us.
5 minutes ago.
Yeah, do it. I mean, that was probably when we landed here, but sure.
Damn it.
Yeah. Ah.
What if
Unexpected.
I throw one of these at it? Oh, it's worth an
A
idea.
little bit higher. A little bit higher, maybe.
Because also, it seems like the sort of place we need to go.
Yeah. Because why drop down a ladder? How would you rate this game out of 10 so far?
I'm enjoying it.
I'm enjoying it. I think it's quite funny.
What happens if I... Yeah, you die this way.
I'd say at the moment it's like a 7 or 8. You know? Mostly because I really want to get up there. And now we can't.
I don't know where I'm supposed to be going from here.
Well, I think we're meant to be going over in that direction anyway, where you currently are. Over to that side. But again, that just feels like danger.
I mean, I did just fall through. Happens if, like, I throw it.
Yeah, Disney Wish is going to the UK next year.
Oh.
Yeah. They've got the Dream in summer and then the Wish after. Are you going to go on it, Amber?
I still need to go on a Disney cruise.
Yeah, you do.
What if? Ooh.
She's working out puzzles.
You climb on it, then jump from it.
Oh, hang on.
It lets you. Nope.
No.
Oh, there's that idea.
I liked the idea though. I liked the idea.
unsanitary.
What else am I supposed to do?
Gonna look. That's okay. Ooh, Joy-Con. Enjoy that. Be joyful.
Ooh.
Joystick-con. Right, I need to Google this.
Yeah,
what
I'm
is
a bit lost.
What's this area called? Fiction.
know.
How to get to side story
3
in cyber
I
area.
will also Google it. Leave.
Reach the portal policy. Instead of throwing your partner across the traffic, use the gravity whip to throw them onto a hidden ladder.
Story 3.
Allowing them to climb up.
Oh, so you get into porta potty and I launch you.
Oh, okay.
This is totally going to work.
I'm going to the toilet again.
Alright. Ready?
Okay, yeah, that made more sense. You threw me so far that I landed behind the thing.
That totally worked.
Thanks, Google. There you go. I don't think you're at that point yet.
Whoops.
What? Throwing ourselves in the toilet. We're determined to do these little side quests, okay?
They're fun.
Because we were a pig in the last one. Never found this.
This is so much fun.
This bit. This is so cool. Have you played this before, Pauls?
What now? So,
You need to also teach me a new Welsh word that I can impress people with. They were very impressed with Glenfire Pith Gwengith Gagerith Winthrop Swin Cecilia go.
If you count tenting at music festivals, then sure.
What does that mean?
What does what mean?
Whatever you just said in Welsh.
Glenfire Pith Gwengith Gagerith Winthrop Swin Cecilia go.
Yeah, that one.
It's the longest Welsh town's name.
Oh, is that? Yeah, I know the one you mean now.
Go on, try saying it.
Nope. I know.
Is that the nope.
It's the train station one.
About 3/4 of the way through it with a friend. Nice. Have no idea how jealous. Look, you saw how I learnt it. I just simply asked Google. But you need to teach me another Welsh word.
Ooh.
What's this do?
That's what I'm thinking. Gong.
Oh. I don't think we should have done that. Oh shoot. Hello.
Hello.
Good night.
More trolls, Zoe.
This is horrifying.
Huge difference.
It's
Oh,
cool.
thanks.
It's
I grew up.
Train station is
Hey.
longer than the platform. Hey, Benji.
Hey, Benji.
Let's go.
Uh-oh.
Why are the giants helping us?
Why not? Although that's got to hurt the hands.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, this is very cute.
Whoa.
Look at you.
I don't know if I like this or not, because although they are giants, it's making me feel as though I'm gonna be falling a very long way.
Oh, calm down.
Wow. Also, hi Sarah and Sadie. Hi to you too.
How are you doing
Where are we
today?
going? How are you? Yeah.
I'm just swinging.
Okay, careful, because
Ow,
that'll
that's
get you into
got
trouble
hurt.
in some places. I'm following behind. Pila Pala? What's Pila Pala?
Ooh.
Pili Pala. Pili Pala.
I fell.
Teaching me some. You fell?
Yep. I went the wrong way.
Oh, that's not good. Whee! Oh, you are getting very close to his groin there, mate.
Each to their own.
Oh, I fell into his finger.
These side stories are popping up. Well, didn't they say that the machine
Butterfly?
was designed for 2 people at the same
Pili
time?
Pala is pronounced means butterfly. Oh, that's cute. Pili Pala. Butterfly. Like mariposa. Pili Pala.
I was too keen.
And that's Welsh. Wait, what are we doing? Oh, we're running.
Yeah, all running. Whee!
Ciao.
Okay, what way are we going now?
I am a giant.
This gives me like Spider-Man
Santa
vibes.
on my shoulder. I know, right? I was just thinking that. 10 points to me, aka Google. Yes. So Pili Pala is a butterfly. Pendwipian? Pendwipian? Oh, I should pay attention. It's like Pendwipian? Was that the pronunciation? And what's that one for? Oh, shoot. I just fell off. It's something everyone will be doing later. Sleeping?
Is about something more than just hiking, isn't it? Do you always
You just taught me a bad Welsh word.
Your stories? Of course I do. And I see now
Pili Pala
about how the big and strong
and
fight the
Pendwipian.
small and weak. Where I'm from, the strong prey on the weak. Such
Yeah.
a sunlight, aren't you?
I got too excited. I thought he was gonna go into the hand. Pendup? Oh, Pendupian. Dozing off. Pendupian. No! Come back! Okay, I'm holding on. There we go. Pendupian. Pili Pali.
Whoa! What shoe size is that?
Massive.
Rude. Who do they think they are? Hagrid? Pendupian. Dozing off, sleeping. Okay, you didn't teach me a bad word, so I'm proud of you.
Zoe! What now? Well, like I said, it's an unfinished idea.
And they all lived happily ever after. Okay. Oh, it's gone into another. It was cute. Not as fun as the pig one, but
that is still my favourite.
Did we get a trophy for doing all of these?
I think we do.
I hope so. I like trying to find the trophies. Okay.
Yay!
Right, now that we did that, we can. There we go.
Terrible place for that.
Oh, I know what we need to do.
I chuck you in the.
No, I've just seen what we can do. Where is it? Where did he go though?
You not like my chuck you across the thing in the water potty idea?
I mean, we can try. Let's go with it.
Let me practice.
I need to get into the toilet first.
I was practicing. Right,
yeah,
ready?
I don't think anything can beat the pigs. I'm in the middle one.
Oh.
Throw the toilet.
Go. There we go.
I stink.
Yay!
Oh, I think you can jump over when I do this.
I mean, I'm already over. Hi.
How did you get over?
There was a little thing for me to grab on.
Oh, fine. I mean, that was my idea.
Oh, look at these
I
cars.
thought I'd take
Hijack
the
one.
shoot stall. When
Going?
fight back. You're gonna have to do the pronunciations for that one. Alright, I got distracted. I wanted to see what was in this one.
Toilet throw. The toilet throw is my favourite bit. Here you go. Yeet.
Oh, I don't like that. How much this is like an actual revolving door. It stops as soon as you're close to it.
We're not
Oh,
here on
there's
vacation, but
rainforest.
thank you.
Sweet. She following us?
This area is for employees only.
Sorry, not sorry.
Sorry, not sorry about what I said. I just want to have some fun. Don't worry, don't lose your head. I didn't mean to hurt anyone.
Yay! I was just pressing all the buttons. I'm like, press all the buttons.
Push all of them. Do it. Do it. Roof. I thought we were going down to the basement.
Okay.
Do you think we'll need to go
Cosmic burger. Oh, I want a burger now.
Oh.
Who knows? But I'm prepared to do whatever it takes to break free.
Say oh well, or go to hell. Oh.
Am I supposed to be doing
sorry
something?
about what I said. I think I'm meant to be doing something. Because I'm on the wall. Oh, I need to go down this way. Okay. There you go.
Ah.
Don't lose your head. There you go.
Do it again. I missed it. Sorry. Whee! Oh.
It does look good though, right?
I want a burger now.
I think minute for mind. Teeth. Bath. But with a sh. Batch. Bash. Back. Bash. Sounds like you're gonna spit. Always. Achoo. I'm sorry, not sorry about what I said. Oh, I've got that in my head now. Okay, you ready?
Yeah.
Whee!
Oh boy.
Oh, that
Oh
was
no.
trippy. That was very trippy. I didn't
Okay,
like
ready?
that. Going up? Yeah. Nearly as proper throw me. I can't do see. Don't make that sound weird.
Ah! Whoops. Oh, I
Oopsies.
was supposed to.
Must resist all urges to make a joke. Go on, do it. Do the joke.
it,
You're all
do
thinking
it.
it anyway.
Oh, this is weird.
Sits and laughs. Why am I upside down?
No, I am.
Oh, you're the right way up.
Oh yeah. On the camera, it looks like I'm upside down.
Okay. Whoa, trippy.
Ooh.
Nice. We made it.
Nicely done. That was
There
good.
we go.
Right now, you're that meme where the dude just sits there sweating like mad. Like that.
Okay.
Hey, Essential. How are you?
Hey,
That was
Essential.
funny. Nice.
Finale. Yep.
Benji, you're just showing off now. You're just showing
The
off.
crime boss and kill her.
Of course.
Yo, 3 years. Holy moly. How are
Are you
you?
into fast cars and motorbikes in real life?
I
Or are you
am
a
into
mechanic,
motorbikes.
perhaps? That's when
Like
you're not trying to
fast
be a
cars.
writer, of course.
Yeah, fast car.
Thank you. Oh, yeah.
Sorry.
Okay.
My brain instantly goes
That,
to
no,
random
that
songs.
got into my head as well.
Yeah, but let's go and get us out of here.
Hop on.
Let's go. 0G bike. Hello.
Oh no.
Wait, don't we need helmets?
Where we're going, we don't need helmets.
Roads, we don't need roads.
Oh no, why is it me that's running,
free.
like driving?
Sorry. Just don't crash. Get rid of incoming company.
And trim, mate.
0 G's.
Holy moly!
Let's go!
Just hold on.
I love riding motorbikes.
I've never ridden one before.
Oh, I used to go in the back of my dad's one all the time. It was great.
Let's hit it hard.
Yeah, I like fast cars.
Have you ever done like the Brands Hatch thing?
I'd love to. My dad used to go all the time because my grandpa used to volunteer looking after the F1 people.
No, that. Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
Ser Kimrak, you speak Welsh? Question mark. Did I translate that right? No, I used to like. I like sitting on the back of them, and as much as I would want to drive one, I don't have like the muscle strength to be able to like lift up the bike.
I know a lot of people that used to do like drag racing and stuff, which is quite cool.
Yeah.
It's always fun to watch the drag racing.
There's the tower. That's where we're heading, Zoe.
Nice. I didn't know what I was doing.
No, that was also me in my driving. Luckily for you, I'm selling muscle strength today in a bottle.
How much
for? Yeah. I like that we both did that. We were like, how much for? There we go. It's because I jumped.
Aha.
I can't be picky right now.
Got this.
We're not gonna make it.
Calm down.
Whoa! How cool are these screens?
Oh, they're well cool.
Eyes forward, forward.
I love how distracted she's getting.
I mean, that would be me. I'm like, oh yeah, we're getting attacked. Oh, it's fine though.
Oh, look at all this lovely screens and nerdy stuff. Whoops.
Hey, sorry. You still decided to shut down the business as you couldn't keep up with the demand.
Damn it.
Sharad Kimrug. It's the only way that you can spell it. What are we doing? Are we hurting that much?
I don't know if that's me or you.
Well, I did the bike. Because I was like, I'm going to try and shake off this energy.
There's me just like whipping everyone, like.
You'd also like some of that muscle strength.
Well, we did seal it, didn't we?
Uh-oh.
Stop it! Here! Hurry before it explodes! Explode! Just
Oh no.
Oh, that was the old AOL like dial-up sound.
I know.
Self-destructed.
Ah.
60 seconds.
There.
Oh
there,
no, I hate
there.
those flipping things. That's genius.
There.
I absolutely hate those things. You got this.
Did that one?
40 seconds.
Oh man! Terms and
For
conditions!
fuck's sake. Oh, really?
Self-destructed. 30 seconds.
Deactivate. Oh,
Hold on!
come on. Yep. Totally right. Read it. Oh. Yeah. See.
Self-destructed. 10 seconds.
It's you.
8.
You're doing. Oh, sorry, that was my fault.
Hey.
That was my fault. I was looking at your bit, about to say, you're doing great, sweetie.
Terms and conditions!
Yep. No.
Oh shoot. We're dead.
I just like read.
That was my fault. There I was earlier, being like, oh yeah, I'm a really good motorbike driver.
Breathe.
Self-destruct in 10 seconds. 9,
Come on.
8, nothing. 7, 6, 5.
Come on!
Just throw it.
Executing self-destruct.
Uh-oh.
Self-destruct! Come on, Zoe! Jump!
Whoops.
Someone chuck an L badge on the bike, right? Exactly.
It's me just going, I can't do this.
Okay, we have a different bike now.
We're stealing
that's
bikes.
gonna be that's going to be really painful for them.
Yep.
No mercy.
Alright, I can do this! We need to move on, Zoe! Got it!
Oh.
And get your weapons online! How? There should be enemy
Whoops.
charges around!
Oh, this is great. Oh, shoot. Sorry.
I'm a bit further behind.
No, it's
Sorry.
okay. I just died. I think we're neck and neck now.
Whee! Come on, years of drag racing.
Years of playing MotoGP. We've got this. Oh no, it's just me now. Don't die. Okay.
Woo. There we go.
Okay.
Weapons online.
Oh, we get weapons.
Oh no. Hang on, where am I going?
This is too many multiple
I'm a bit
things
lost.
to try and deal with.
I got a bit lost.
Weapons empty.
It's okay. I'm still in it.
Oh,
Dying,
that
but I
way.
am still in it.
Ah!
Okay. Okay.
Never said I was any good at this.
Oh no. I've just completely left you and I'm so sorry.
Whee!
Back off! Nice shooting,
Did she just say back off of the other?
Back off. Yeah, not the other.
That'd be me though.
Oh yeah, holding
Oops.
adrift. Holding adrift. I'm just gonna carry on drifting whilst I'm waiting for you.
This is me just going, die. Whee. I'm gonna make it eventually. May take me a while.
You're on your way. That was brilliant.
First time round.
I like how the storyline and reasons given for them to be inside a literary world are really cheesy and flimsy, but it's kind of endearing. Exactly. Oh, are you drifting as well?
Yeah, of course.
Like it's so good.
I love that spiritual.
Now I just want to play MotoGP
Do it.
or Tron.
Oh, such good films and games.
A what now? A tank!
It's so versatile, right? GG! Thank you for the GGs. I don't know why that sound alert didn't fully go off, but okay, right, focus.
Check out my most luxurious toy.
Oh, that's why.
Oh, this is why we have drift, okay.
Oh.
Oh.
Let me liquidate your life.
Ah! Oh, shoot.
I'll make you homeless.
Oops. Come on.
Oh, there it is. There it is.
Me.
I'm gonna die. I'm sorry.
Slow and steady, slow and steady. There we go. Woo.
What was I need more charge. Oh, I just ran into the fire. Yeah, like the publishing, coming up with the ideas. It isn't too difficult. No, that was my fault. Like, success is 90% down to luck and timing. Exactly.
Oh, thank God. Don't
Yay!
have to
Again, this is the reason why we like this game. How do we drift again?
Square.
Square. Oh, okay. No! Oh, that was so close.
Straight through the fire, Sadie. Straight through the fire. Burn, baby, burn.
Let's go and burn! No! I need more.
Slow, steady. There we go.
Yay!
Hey.
Nice. Yeah, it's an interesting view. In your opinion, a lot of society has a selective attention, so timing is quite important. I think it's just really hard in publishing. Like, there are so many stories out there that, you know, I mean, look at Harry Potter for the example. It was left on the bottom of a shelf at the publishers, and it was only because someone decided to take a chance that they were like, okay, yeah, we should probably go with this, and look how successful it became.
Hit those weak spots! Yeah, I'm trying!
Whoops. Sorry.
No, you're good. I need
to not die. I need to not die.
And that. Okay. One. I just crashed into it. Yeah, Harry Potter books were largely quiet until the third book came out. Yeah, exactly. I mean, the films helped because they had the third book when they were doing the first film. I think when they found out that was happening, it helped massively. We're smashing this, Sadie.
Yeah.
Phase 1.
Yay!
Yeah, from above.
Stop it! Stop it! Never stood a chance! You'll never stop me! Hit it where it hurts!
Hitting it where it hurts.
Oh no.
Nice. It's very Spider-Man inspired. There's very like
I love it.
It's Slash War of Worlds.
Ooh la. Ooh la. I might die. They're gonna break my stride.
They're gonna give you up. They're gonna let you down.
Fire.
I'm like all the way over in a different direction. Nice. Smashing it. We're not, but we're doing great.
Whoops.
Oh, I just ran into it.
Oh no.
Thankfully, snow is finally melting.
Oh.
Yay!
I want snow.
I want snow, but it can wait until... Well, it can snow on Friday. But then it needs to be clear on Saturday. And then it can snow on Sunday when I'm not here. Oh, man.
I want snow because
get better at
all my trains may get cancelled then. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, I don't want my train to be cancelled tomorrow. Not tomorrow.
Leave it us already?
I know.
How dare you?
Ouch. I'm sorry. My bank account needs money.
Uh-oh. Hopefully go. I'm trying. I just keep dying in the process.
That's okay. Death is inevitable. Death is fine.
The next great adventure.
Isn't that Peter Pan?
I thought it was Harry Potter, but I could be wrong.
To die would be an awfully big adventure.
Yes. Oh no.
You're making this very expensive for me.
I know, what a shame. Very
Okay.
expensive.
Where's her thing? Oh, shoot. Whee!
Money won't save you now.
Nice.
First time round, total.
Yeah, we definitely didn't die during that. Once.
Please tell me that this
You spent half this fight just turning around, right? I enjoyed that. Give me a bike game any day. It was fun on a bike.
the glitch.
Looks like
get it.
you died. I didn't see that.
Died? Yeah,
Can
see?
I ask
We did
you
nothing.
something? What's with all the debts and payments in this story?
What do you mean?
That's why
I'm
she
just
wants
curious
money.
As to what the story's about.
I told you it's a revenge story.
That part I
Revenge,
got, trust
yeah.
me. But
Don't
what's
say
it really
revenge.
about?
Don't say revenge. Revenge.
Revenge.
I'm getting it out of
You
here.
always put a bit of yourself into what
When
you
in
do.
doubt, I find the Simpsons
I
reference.
don't think that's true.
Wait, so you're telling me everything we just went through wasn't inspired by anything?
Nope.
It was definitely inspired by something.
Nothing.
Nothing at all.
Nothing at all.
Life finds a way.
I don't believe you.
I don't care.
Well, I kind of do.
Why? You don't know me.
Maybe not. But seeing as we're trapped here together, it could be useful to know what to expect going forward.
Can't we just get the glitch?
Well, you're not off the hook just yet.
Whatever.
But ciao! How long is this game?
I don't know.
Yep. Those glitches are definitely
Let's
doing
Google it.
something. It seems to be.
If in doubt, Google.
What is this? It's spreading. What is going on?
It's those glitches, sir. They seem to be finding more of them.
It is forever long. You are stuck inside the mines forever.
Oh no.
Wouldn't surprise me.
Let's just
Wouldn't
cut our
surprise me.
losses and shut their extraction down. Get them out.
Yes, sir.
Right away.
It's not going to turn off.
It's not working.
What do you mean it's not working? Just
This
get
guy
them
is so
out.
cartoonishly evil.
Those
It's because
glitches
he's wearing
are blocking their
glasses.
command.
Then what are our options? Can we reboot the system?
We've never done a reboot while extracting.
Especially with people inside, it's way too risky.
Totally because he's wearing
We
glasses.
lose every extraction.
God damn it! Is it possible to communicate with them?
Yes. Yes, we could broadcast their signal up to us, sir.
Set it up and bring me all the information you have on these two.
Oh no, because then they're going to see that they're trying to shut it down.
He seems really stressed about our glitch hunt.
Good. Let him sweat.
So, what story do you think
Oh,
we'll go through
5
now?
chapters
Last
apparently.
one was mine,
6,
so probably one of
7,
yours.
8.
I
8
have
chapters.
So many good ones.
How can you be
8
so
chapters,
excited
and
by
we're
all
on like
this?
what, third now?
Second
Might as well enjoy
apparently.
it while we're here.
Second.
Yep,
I feel
we're
like we
about
just
to.
did like 5 different stories.
Oh wait, no. Apparently, you're right. It is third. We're about to start the third.
Okay, there's nothing to worry about. Everything's under control.
Are you absolutely sure?
We heard you may be experiencing some
Why
issues.
is there always someone that looks like Jeeves?
No, everything's fine.
Not enough monitors. I think they could do with one more.
We'll be under
7.
intense
I like that everyone is on their own separate screen.
from everyone.
I'm well aware of that.
How did 2 people even get into one pod in the
I
first
like how he kind of reminds me of the dad out of
Just
Mary
have
Poppins.
some faith in me.
He does, Mr. Banks.
Yeah, that's it.
Feed the birds, tuppence a whack. He's too rich for a single Skype window. Oh no, what are we now?
What the hell?
Oh, we're monkeys.
Oh my god! Is this fur? Zoe?
Monkey. Monkey.
What have you done to me?
Relax. I can explain everything. Do you see the golden light? Yes.
Aww.
Over here.
It reminds me of Legend of Zelda.
Why is she a fairy?
It's cute, huh?
Why did you turn me into a monkey?
You know, you can turn back into your human form. Like this.
How did you do that?
Just think of your human form and you'll transform.
I have a fiery tail.
Oh.
Yeah. We can do damage.
Amazing, isn't it? This is a nightmare.
I love how one person was like, this is so cool, and the other's like, nope.
Just tell me how we find the next glitch.
Let's find a way to meet up and I'll tell you what the story's about.
Okay.
Alright.
Was it necessary to make me smell like a dog?
Come again?
Never mind.
Oh, okay. Hee.
Oh, that is so cute.
What is this?
You're a fish?
I'm not a fish, I'm a dragony thing. I'm a dragony fish.
Shiny.
Ooh. Oh, I'm a tree. That is awesome.
I am Groot.
Force of nature.
You missed out that opportunity.
Do not do
yeah,
that.
the fantasy sections are so cute. It's like a little fish otter, exactly. I'm Groot. Oh my god, you are actually Groot.
I don't even know what I'm supposed to be doing right now.
We are Groot. I think you're there for me.
Oh, hold. Hold, please.
I don't exactly know what you're here for, but... Oh, smash! Oh, you're the other side! I'm the other side of you. Hang on, I'm gonna go explore.
Oh. Hehe. I knew that.
Oh, I think that I'm where you need to be.
Yeah, I just figured out how to do it.
Okay.
Neo, I presume? Oh, drop the pleasantries.
So you get your little Moana circle. My character is so cute as a little lizardy otter thing.
This is so
Never
cute.
gonna forgive you for this. Some fresh air will do you good, city girl.
Smash. There you go. Right, you can come through now, I think.
My one's one move
Oh.
out of the way. Indiana
I
Jones
didn't
moment.
see it there, yeah. You know.
Not so bad being a shapeshifter now, huh? I took inspiration for this story.
Had a feeling that was gonna happen.
We used to imagine.
Yeah, I should have foreseen it.
Raven, I love that emote.
Come on.
That is so
It's
cute.
your story and I didn't complain.
You complained the whole time.
Anyway, welcome
That's
to the Underland. Once upon a time, in a far distant land, magical creatures
I love
lived
this.
together in harmony until the evil Ice King arrived and cursed the land with ice, threatening
So,
all
frozen,
life.
basically.
Let me guess. Our quest is to defeat the Ice King in order to break the Ice Curse?
Exactly.
Frozen.
Let's go save the world and find that glitch.
It is frozen.
Let's go. It is frozen.
Yeah. I've got
You
to
heard
defeat
Raider's
the
call,
Ice
didn't
King.
you? The glitch seems to be blocking them from shutting
Snow
us down.
glows white on the mountain
Yeah,
tonight.
and he seems
Come join me for a
bit
swing.
eager to stop
Where
us
are
from
you?
finding another one.
That's an understatement.
Oh.
But at least now we know that we can actually break the machine and escape.
Hopefully.
Whee!
Can we go all the way over?
I don't think we can. We could try.
Aww. This is cute though. It's cute little moments like this, you know.
This is so adorable. Hi.
Your turn.
Hey.
Hi.
So cute.
Alright, I'm turning into the monkey.
Of course. I love a swing. Who doesn't love a swing?
I haven't been on a swing in ages. Oh. Turns out I died.
Whee! You've got to be a fish, I think.
Yeah, I just didn't get to it quick enough.
One wants to swim. You have to. Oh, let's not have my monitor turn itself off.
Someone's been playing their thing for too long. I'm coming, I'm coming! I'm coming over!
Hang on.
Oh wait, hang on. No.
Ah! I can't even jump. What is... Oh wait, hang on. I can sit on this
Is there
end and
something-
then you sit on the other end. I think.
Aha. We were just doing it the manual way.
Now.
Or max it out.
Whee!
Oh yeah, so when you're up in the air you turn into Groot.
Ah. Ready? You jump. This is so much fun.
Is this all that this literally is? You haven't got the IQ needed for this.
This is so much fun.
Oh my lordy. Welcome to This Is the Rest of the Stream.
Oh. Anyways, that's me getting distracted.
Okay, fine.
I'm sorry.
Fine.
We'll see if there's any.
There's a little willow tree. Hello.
Yeah. Oh, and like a really small house.
Very hot.
Oh yeah, I'm going in.
I want to go in.
Oh my god, there's a very
Fine.
hut.
You have your own little thing. Yeah, it's just a giant playground, exactly.
Oh my god. So adorable. Walk into my crib.
It's okay. I get to swim underwater.
I see. That's it. Called it.
I sawed it. I sawed it. I thought I saw it to see that.
Terror bird up ahead. That's a rare bird of paradise, Mio.
Nothing
That's
down
great.
there.
What are we doing? Oh, I think this is something that you can do on that app.
Ooh, where are you?
I went past the water, and then I
I was
climbed
getting
over.
distracted. I was
It's
like,
your
"Oh, what's over
Tinkerbell
here?"
dreams.
I believe I
See,
can fly.
fantasies. Fantasies are everything.
I mean, I never thought I'd be thinking about, but here we are. Oh, I need
It's
my
the
tree
sound
powers.
of it as well, right?
Is there anything
And
else
then
around here?
I think you can do something with this one potentially.
Yeah, I can do my tree powers. Ready?
Whee!
You're welcome.
Oh no, can you do it again?
How dare you?
I think I need to not be that in the same bit as the thing that's climbing. And now. Oh, keep going.
Birdie.
Oh. I fell off from Soz. And now. Oh. Yeah, we're waiting. We're waiting. And now. I don't know why I'm here, but I am now here.
That's something you can do with your magic-y smashy.
Ah, genius. There we go.
Ooh.
Smashed it. It's your Tinkerbell dreams.
Oh, I love it.
This is so cute.
It's adorable. I love it how they can shapeshift.
Whee. Sliding on in.
Yeah!
Whee!
It's just so pretty.
Shape-shifting seems to come naturally to you.
It's
Ooh,
humiliating.
there we go.
Can't you try and
So
think
if I
of
move this.
anything positive with all of this?
Well, my pollen allergy doesn't seem
Am I
to trigger
supposed to be
here.
moving? Oh, hang on.
It's just going very
I was
slowly.
pressing the wrong thing. Right, hang on.
I'm so close.
There you go.
And up, please. I literally just lifted my head to be like, are we there yet?
We need some elevator music. Ah!
Oh, okay. So we have to watch out for the spider thing as well.
Yeah.
Hey Cassie, how are you?
Hi, Cassie.
How goes it? Yeah, we are playing this game.
Damn it.
How are you, Cassie? Have you played this before? Right, and stay.
Hang on. Ooh. I need you to jump. Ah! Oh no.
You're good, Cassie. I'm glad to hear. I'm glad to hear.
Hello.
We're good. We're good. You've not played it, but seen on streams. Yeah, Sadie's given me her.
No.
Yeah, sorry, that was my fault. Sadie gave me her friend pass, so we've been able to play it. And that's the other voice that you can hear. It is Sadie.
Hi.
Good old Sadie Bean.
Okay, I'm waiting and going.
And
Quick,
go.
Jump. Ah! Damn it.
Oh,
Hi,
that was
Cassie.
that was
Sadie,
my
I've,
fault.
uh,
I didn't
I've
realise
been
it
spot- new
wasn't
friend.
set. Sorry.
What did Sarah do this time? No, okay.
Hang on, let me just do this one. I didn't realise that the
That's
other one
actually
was
a
set
good
as
shout.
well.
That's actually a good way of doing it.
You have an opening spot for a new friend.
Do it. then there, and then do it. And then there.
And the other one should be
Yep,
set
do
already.
it.
Yay!
Yay!
You got the hang of it.
Oh. Okay, that should help you out with your fairy powers.
Do it again. Ah!
Oh, I see, I
Oh,
see.
right.
I see. One the spikes. Yeah,
I
only one person needed. It's a very clever move. Right. There we go. I'm coming on over. I'm coming on over.
Go.
There you go. I'm coming on over. Coming on over. Oh.
Whoops.
It's okay. So
Ah,
yeah,
there we go.
I'm the top right now. Sadie is the bottom. I'm the monkey.
Ah.
Oh, okay. Hang on. Oh.
I just
In game, of course.
Yes,
Benji.
yes, in game.
There you go.
Ah, it's not letting me fly.
Okay.
Fly. Hang on. I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing.
I think you're in the right spot, but I need to get back a little bit sooner to
do the other.
Turn the other one on. I think.
Go. Or not.
Or not.
Oh, I've got to go
I
underneath.
just
Right.
laughed. How could
There,
you?
Go.
Sorry, I was too busy smashing.
Oh no.
Oh.
Oh, died again. Right, let's do this. Yay!
Yay!
No!
Oh no, you done it!
No!
You did so good. Okay.
Okay, now I know what I'm supposed to be doing.
Okay.
Heck. I think I'm not pressing.
Oh no,
quick enough.
I know. Right, go on. I know it's me. I need to bring it down for you.
Ah. There we go.
There we go.
No!
Oh,
You need to hold
sorry.
it. This is me going, no! Alright, ready?
If I like smashing, I should try the new Donkey Konga game on the Switch. I don't have a Switch. Okay,
I played a little
we got
bit of
this.
that with work friends. It was weird, but fun. Okay, and hold. Yay!
I'm not gonna lie. I was thinking about not holding it. Then.
You git.
I know, right? Hey, first try, exactly, first try. Nailed it.
Non sort of thing. Uh-oh.
Shoot.
Whoops.
Saw nothing. You saw nothing, Jon Snow. I just pushed the wrong.
I'm wondering what happens if
wrong,
Whoops. Evil Sarah.
Oh.
Why am I not able to? Oh, because I'm not the fairy yet. That makes sense. I was like, why am I not able to do this? Because I'm not the fairy. Whee!
He's not a fairy.
No, I was trying to jump into human. I'm not the fairy.
Okay. Refreshing.
Wait!
Hey, are we after this bird?
I don't actually know. Whoops. I died midway through.
Oh, I can pull this for you as well. I don't know
that
where
might
I'm
help.
pulling you to, but I'm doing something for you. Sadie, on the other hand,
Whee!
Angel. This co-op brings out the evil, cheeky side. I know. I told you should never trust someone that likes Diet Coke so much. Okay.
That's the first time someone's called me an angel.
It is actually.
Oh.
It is the first time. Right. Jump on. Keep yourself down.
Okay, Comey, slow and steady now, please. Right.
Excuse me.
Oh.
Hello.
Sauce.
Steady on the other hand. And then there's me like, excuse me.
Slow and steady, Otter Mio.
Oh, I heard you the first time.
Oh, I'm like an ottery fish. Okay, and then you can get off here.
That's what I was going to say.
I don't know what that's going to do. Oh, there you go.
Hey! You left me behind.
It's because it's got a timer to it. There we go.
Right. Damn it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sadie, you are being so well mannered. Oh, I need to. Hang on.
Yeah, no, I'm just.
I need to go get it. I need to go
Just
get it.
holding
Yeah,
it.
no.
I'm just holding it.
I got it.
Right. Ready?
Alright.
Hey. Don't leave
Sorry,
me.
I thought you were close enough.
No.
To jump onto it.
Damn it. Hang on.
Sorry.
Right. Ready? Now. Go. Sprint.
This is it.
Keep towing, Neo. Keep towing.
Okay, we made it. We didn't make it. Okay, I'm coming back. We need a sorry counter. We do need a sorry counter.
Excuse me. We just go, hey.
I don't want to say sorry because they're counting now.
Go.
I'm going as fast as I can. I'm just a mere little otter.
Yay.
Yay,
We made it.
we made it.
What's around here? Nothing. Damn it.
I just wanted to have a little explore.
I thought there would be something over there.
Okay, I think. Hang on.
Yay.
Yeah, you can jump that, yeah.
Hurry!
Uh-oh.
I'm trying! I can't get through.
I'm going to drown. You gotta go the other way, I think. I drowned.
Oh, okay. Hey, at least we know what that bit does now. Where am I?
I don't know.
Oh, I'm here. Oh, now I'm here. Oh, I don't want to be here now. How did I?
I'm just stuck. I'm like, I love how she just sat down and accepted her fate. Yep. I'm like, yeah, I'm used to it.
You're like, I'm not going anywhere. I'm just gonna.
I'm going to die.
Hi, this side too. What just happened?
I jumped too soon. There we go. Alright.
You're on.
I think you can also
this
leave
is my
it.
destiny.
But if you leave it and start going, and then go. No, grab the other.
Where's the other? Oh, there.
No.
Right. I'm gonna.
Ahoy, Captain! Another side story up ahead.
Or can you take yours?
I think I can take mine.
yours
Yeah.
through there? Oh.
I think I can. Yeah.
We go for the side story.
Absolutely. Where was it?
I don't know. Poor Sadie. Thank you.
I'm guessing that's what we were talking about. Poor Sadie. What
I
about
keep dying. There we go. Ah, shit. I'm going to die.
Bear with.
Sorry.
Oh,
Just,
gosh.
I can't wait any longer. Get me out of here. Right. Aha.
Okay, right. Huzzah!
You're going. Yay.
Okay, we nailed it. Jump!
I'm in.
She's on. Where was the side mission?
I don't know. I think over to our right. Yeah. I can see it.
Our left?
This one.
Okay.
Whoops.
Okay, I'm not sure. What did you do?
I just jumped.
Oh, can I just climb on that?
That's what I did.
Yeah, but you're a fairy.
Yeah, but you've got your... There you go.
Turned into the gorilla.
Oh, come on.
Let's go! We did it!
Yay!
This reminds you need to renew your life insurance. I need to get life insurance.
I haven't got life insurance.
Not sure how you were supposed to do that, but it worked. Yeah, exactly.
Whee!
Oh, it's inverted again though.
Actually quite nice.
Oh, this is like
Don't get too comfortable.
Spyro right now.
Oh yeah.
Okay, we're here to stop a bomb train from reaching its target.
This is definitely like Spyro.
A sci-fi
Bomb train.
Sure.
Doing a sci-fi train heist? Damn it.
Spyro.
Whee!
Oh, we can spin.
Incoming
round.
Uh-oh.
No! Oh, I hit the ceiling.
Where did I?
Oh, what a feeling.
We need to blow it up.
Dancing
Like
on
a
the
violent train
ceiling.
conductor.
Yeah, more or less.
Had a 16-year-old sister let you drive your car? Oh no. Did it end
The bomb
okay?
is at the train's locomotive.
All right, let's get it.
One time I went in a car with my sister, I feared for my life.
Do a barrel roll.
Never again.
I am doing a barrel roll.
After it.
Oh, that's fancy. How did I not realise you could do that? Barrel roll straight into the...
Wow!
The sides are blocked.
Whee!
Whoop. Oh, I don't know how I just managed that. Oh, I don't like that. That was very close. That shouldn't have worked.
There, catch that train.
Oh no, they've got water. You know how I feel about water.
Yay!
Oh,
Ooh,
heck
jet
yeah.
ski.
We got this.
Damn it! I wanted to jump through that.
Whee! Yes!
I'm just gonna like,
This is
haha.
genius. Whee! This is awesome!
Oh, this is so cool. Damn it! I was trying to aim for them. Damn.
Let's go!
Let's go. Everything is awesome.
Everything is cool when you're part of a team. Everything is awesome.
Attack formation.
We've got attack formations.
Attack formation.
An impressive sight.
Get on that train now.
On the train.
Alright.
Where is it? Okay, I'm on the train. Oh, I'm off the train. Ah, I'm dead.
Aha!
Keep remembering the button. Like, keep forgetting to push the sprint button.
I'm trying to
I
push
can't
the
hold
sprint.
it down. I wish it was just like one push for sprint rather than having to hold it.
Yeah. Oh no!
Got it.
Ah!
Almost there.
No!
I died.
Me too.
Aha!
Yeah, I'm off.
I'm in!
I'm in! We're like Space Invaders. Reminds me of the movie Triple X. Not the adult kind, the one with Vin Diesel. I got distracted by the Vin Diesel comment.
Yeah, I'll admit I wasn't
Triple X.
really paying attention.
That was the only version that I was thinking of. Oh, it's like Space Invaders. Okay. Stay alive. Oh, sorry.
I didn't see you say stay
Even the
alive.
music is like, oh. We've got this now. We've got this.
Get that power up.
Oops. Stay alive. Oh, that was me.
Oh, heck yeah!
I needed to press the button. Whoops.
Oh, yes!
Stay alive.
I'm trying.
I'm alive.
Oh, that was a good power up.
Now we're talking.
Oh, this is right. Have you ever played Sonic?
Which one?
One of them. Because that was like, this is so. I feel like this is a combination of a lot of different video games right now.
Yeah.
And like nods to different video games. This is very much like trying to defeat Dr. Eggman.
It does remind me of that.
Oh. Stay alive! Stay alive!
Try.
You remember Googling Triple X back in the day to find that movie and you couldn't find it? I wonder why.
They're probably like flagging it going, hi. Damn it.
Oh, we're so close. We're so close.
Haha.
We're so close.
Stay alive for me, stay alive for me. There we go.
Oh, that one would have got him. This music is epic.
Oh
no! Hey Ray, how are you?
Hi,
yeah,
Ray.
kind of like Cuphead. Exactly. Oh no, we've got, okay. I take back our comment from earlier, but it's not all of the way. Oh, stay alive, stay alive.
I'm trying.
Nice. Oh, stay alive. We've turned into a 2D game, exactly.
Stay alive for me,
It's
stay
okay.
alive for me. Aha.
Oh, we're so close.
Move.
Oh, we're so close then. This is fine. We're just having our own little rave. That's all it is. Okay, I don't have a shield. Shield again.
Oops, I died.
So close.
Ah, stay alive for me, stay alive for me.
No! Sorry. We're getting to the same bit. The boss itself reminds you of the old... Yes! The old school Sonic the Hedgehog. Exactly that. That's what we were saying, like, that's what it feels like. No, we're getting to the same point each time. Which means we're so close to getting it. Yeah.
It's not going to plan.
This is fine.
Damn it!
Oh, we're so close.
Quick, get that power up and kill him.
No! Oh, stay in it, stay in it. I was like, no!
Can't kill me. Shit.
I thought we were out then. I thought we were out.
Quick, get that power up.
Oh, we're so close. Yes! Yeah, we did have dash.
I was trying to dash so badly. I was like dash, dash, dash.
That was a good side story.
That was
GG's.
intense.
Yes!
Yay! Oh, that was so intense.
That sequence would fit in a movie or something.
It would.
Their opening night.
Oh yeah.
No, too violent.
Benji.
Anyway, let's dethrone the Ice King and find the glitch.
It's great because Sadie, can you hear any of the sound alerts that are going off?
Nope.
Okay, good. So basically, I just got War of the Worlded.
I love it.
Are we going this way?
Oh no.
Okay, nailed it.
Aha! Done it. At least they tell you
Yay!
where there's a glitch. Whoops.
Where there's a glitch?
Yeah,
there's a
when
glitch,
they
there's a
go.
way.
Aha! Can you like come back this way?
Oh,
I need the fairy power. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I gotta admit, the simulated version of my world looks pretty spectacular.
Yeah, too bad Raider wants to snatch it.
This is fine. Easy. Easy.
Hang on. Yay!
Here you go. You're welcome.
Thank you. Oh, this looks so pretty. This is so pretty. Oh boy.
There's another seesaw, but I think it's actually part of the game.
At this moment in time, I'm...
Camouflage, Zoe.
Hey, they're little birds.
Pretty
Why are the birds?
spherical birds.
Hey, don't throw the egg.
Sit.
Wait.
Yeah, there.
Okay, so it's not that one. It is the egg. I need the egg.
Up we go.
I don't really know what I'm doing here.
Stay put, Fluffs.
Okay,
Oh, no.
and then. Oh, okay. So if you do your thing. Oh,
Okay.
this part, but Blake knows. Blake
Oh, no.
knows. If you do this one, it pushes my one down. And then hang on. Okay, and then I do this to bring that down.
What if I let go?
And then you grab it, yeah. Hang on. No, come back, come back. Come back.
I'm coming.
So if you move, can your flower grab? If you move it, and then can you grab the tree?
Hang on. Oh no.
Hang on. I'm gonna go back.
Don't worry, I've got it. I've got it. I think.
You got it? Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. And then I do... And then let go. Uh-oh.
Huh?
Okay, we try again. Is yours able, once it's grabbed, can you put it back? Yeah. And then ready? 3, 2, 1. Go. Yeah.
Oh my god. That's evil.
Nicely done. Okay.
Oh. That's cute, but
We
evil.
didn't hurt the bird. We hatched it. We just hatched the bird. It was partially hatched anyway.
Fantasy. And they're fluffy.
Fantasy.
Fastest you've seen that done? Yes.
Haha.
Is it? Look at us using our brain cells. They've woken up now.
That doesn't happen often with me.
It doesn't happen with me a lot, that's for sure. This is a cute game. I don't know when we'll be able to finish it, but
Yeah, that's a point.
in July maybe.
Maybe.
Please tell me you know where to go.
Aw.
Zoe and Ella. Who's Ella?
Zoe.
Sorry. I just wasn't expecting this when I left home this morning.
One pink willow.
Mio?
Trust us to make Harry Potter references.
Oh, there's a massive tree with a face.
Name for a leaf tree?
Yeah.
The Mother Willow, Grandma Willow.
Tree me and my sister used to climb. You know, every summer we used to
Look.
I could teach you how to draw Groot, actually.
But do I have
That's
to
a shout.
remind you that we're
Really
stuck
easy.
in a simulation? You have to move.
Okay, fine.
Been a while since I've done it, but
We need to go inside Lord Evergreen.
Practice.
Seriously?
you have your T-Lude 2 PS4 controller set up to work with your PS3 now. Nice.
Cool.
Secret passcode.
Now you can do You can change your PS5 controllers between PlayStations now without having to use the cable, I think, which is quite
Cool,
good.
huh? After you.
It was like a recent upgrade or something.
You lead the way.
Happily.
Happily. That's really clever. How did you do it?
So
Okay.
cute.
Why By the way,
Ah.
how did you get invited to Raider Publishing?
I got the email the same day as I got rejected from another publisher.
On the same day?
I'm used to it. I get rejections all the time.
Me too.
Struggling writer, I can relate.
I get rejections all the time.
Who doesn't
Just
get
connects to
rejected?
the PS3 as a Bluetooth accessory. Nice. Smash. Oh, get back. I'm getting back. I'm getting back.
He's merging with nature.
This is the heart of the
He is
forest,
Groot.
the very
I am
essence
Groot.
of the wilderness.
Sounds intriguing.
Behold,
I am good.
He's now Loki.
Zoe?
Groot doing his job exactly. Not creepy at all. What is this? War of the Worlds?
This gives me Lego Potter vibes with the one
Yeah,
thing Willow.
exactly.
Just like tapping them on the shoulder.
Show yourself.
Oh wow, that's cool.
That looks like a death trap is what that looks like.
yep, I'm
Oh,
like
sorry,
Mother
yawning
Earth
away.
now, and I make the rules.
You're gonna set me off.
Sorry.
So, you control the environment now?
Yes. See
Oh,
me
thank
as
you.
your mighty guide.
Oh,
Then take me to the exit.
Sure, but you forgot to say please.
oh,
Tiny.
hang on. Sorry.
Please. And don't call me Tiny.
Ready?
Oh, sorry.
Oh, damn it. So I need to let go in order
It's okay.
to...
It's okay.
Okay. This is chaos. Alright, hang on. Oh,
Oh, how do
I can rotate it.
Oh, sorry. I was trying to figure out what form I wanted to take.
This is me just going, ha, hang on.
Wait, that wasn't my direction.
Oh. This is too much for me. Right, hang on. Wait.
Oh, okay.
But it is about there. Why push it
Okay.
right there? Oh, damn it.
1, 2, 3. Oh.
Maybe I need to move it a bit. Hang on.
1, 2. No,
Just trying not to get you hurt.
Hang on. No, it's okay. Hang on.
And then
Right,
hang
wait
on.
a second. Okay, go. Okay, so I do need the monkey.
Yeah. Okay, hang on.
Oh, so I was... We're getting there, team. We're getting there. Yeah. Okay. Okay, right. That one.
Right, ready? Right, wait. I need to figure out where this is going. Then you spin. Can you reach? Wait.
Hang on.
And then spin you around somewhere. And then, what if you drop down?
Can you bring out your thing first?
Oh. Oh, nope, sorry.
Your management
Ready?
at work say the same thing. We're getting there, but we never get there. We are getting there.
Slowly.
Oh. Ours is all about that communication that we're not really doing. We're just hoping that we're on the same wavelength.
Mind reading. Right. If you jump onto that one. Hang on.
Okay, I don't know how I managed to survive that one.
Okay, ready? 3. No. Oh, thank God.
I don't even know what those sounds were.
Sorry. Go. Ready?
Oh no. Okay, that's okay, I didn't die. Which level am I on? This one.
Just gonna spin you. Really quickly.
Monkey meal, yeah!
Don't break my concentration.
Yay! Ready?
3, 2, 1, go.
Ooh.
Nice. Nice! That took us probably a little bit too long, but that was good. That was a good level.
At least we figured it eventually.
Okay, it looks like it's saying to spin. Do you just want to spin it real quick? Okay.
Ready?
Okay.
Then go this way. Hey, there we go.
Despite this simulation pickle we found ourselves in, I do believe we'll be all right in the end.
But we have no idea what it will take to escape this mess.
When in doubt, choose
Okay. Slow and steady.
I'm not kidding when I say this, but I think your positivity might be
moving, inspiring.
I think I need to be in the middle
that was not where I
somewhere.
was going.
Remember, no one offends Mother Earth and gets away with it.
Okay.
Please don't kill me.
Okay, we got it. We got it. It feels like we're on Hex. To move the bark. Oh, that's you. Okay, left stick.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you for the left stick because it said you can move the bark.
Oh, that's what I was doing. Left stick.
Ah!
Oh, okay. So if
Okay, 3, 2, 1, go.
That makes sense.
Why does it want to make? I want a kebab now that you've said that.
Ready?
2, 1, go.
Damn it.
Okay.
Oh,
Oh, can you rotate it round ever so
Yeah.
slightly?
That
back
alright?
to normal. Ah!
Yeah, sorry. Ready?
2, 1, go.
Sorry. I got distracted by kebabs.
I want kebabs now. 3, 2, 1, go.
Yay!
Yay! Oh, that was too fun. There we go.
Stomp that stump.
How dare you injure me?
Smashed it. Smashed it. We stomped the stump.
Okay, so hang on.
Oh, that's cool.
Crunchy.
Oh.
It tastes
Oh, okay.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
I'll aim you a bit higher this time. There you
Thank
go.
you.
You're making my fur pasty.
You're bad. It's a clip. That's okay. That's okay.
Okay, ready?
Yeah.
Oh, for... It's me go. You ready?
Yeah. Go up a little bit more. That's it.
I'll wait for that dude to go
Yeah.
down.
There we go. Oh, that was funny.
Hang on. Am I supposed to?
Whee!
Ah.
Oh. We're in a canal. Apparently, we're now in a canal. Hang on, let me. Hang on.
Sorry. I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing.
No, you're good. You're good. Right, and now that way. That's it.
Yeah.
Just fire. Exactly, Benji. Just fires me.
No warning.
Yeah, work those adorable legs.
Whee!
Ready? 3. Oh.
Soz, I didn't see that there.
Ready? 3, 2, 1. Oh.
Oh, our little face is so cute.
I love this little dude.
Whee!
He's so adorable.
Don't get caught.
No!
Please try to stay alive.
Too late for that. Oh, hey. Oh, I think I can hide underneath the rock.
Yo. And then if we wait. There you go. I think you can hide in the bush things.
Hide in there. Okay. No! Oh man. Right, this is fine.
Ready?
Okay. 2, 1, go.
Just gonna wait for this other dude.
You're like, I'm just gonna wait. I'm like, I'm going, I'm sorry. Nope.
It's me go. I can do this. I'm just Mother Nature at this point. Ready? And go.
Okay, so we're waiting?
Yeah, I was going to wait until that dude has
3,
gone past.
2, 1.
And then we're going to do the same. Go. No.
Yeah, go. He's like, oh, where did he go?
And then. Go.
Yeah!
You need to be the.
Okay, got it.
Yay!
Being part of the food chain.
That was so close.
It was. There's me just going, this is nice and easy.
Okay, nice. Sorted.
Woo! How's it 7:30 already?
Did you miss me?
I know, we've been doing this for like 4 hours. Almost.
Wow.
Almost 4 hours. Okay.
That's impressive.
But it is impressive, right? Well, thanking you for the GGs there.
Now walking trees. But
It was a loud one.
yeah, that's sort of right. Sort of.
Yay.
You need to keep going another 2.5 hours. Is that how long we've got left to play?
By the way, Zoe, for a story about an impending ice age, like,
Need food.
where's the snow?
That's me.
Well,
I need
the Ice
food.
King's reach hasn't gotten to these parts
Get
yet.
some snacks.
I
Is
don't
that
know.
a side bit or is
Should the
that?
bad guy have more presence in the story? If I ever want your feedback, I'll let you know.
That one looks...
That's a side bit, methinks.
Yeah, let's go. We're like, we gotta go.
Yeah, that looks like a side thing.
Yay, side stories.
Oh, whoops.
Yep. That's when you get out of work and you're making it go by faster. Are you working? Oops. So we have to be playing for another 2.5 hours at least. Oops. I'm coming. I'm still on my way.
It's me going. This looks fun.
Oh shoot.
Oh.
Right. Okay. Really? She made it! She made it, people!
Yay.
She made it. Okay, I'm here. I'm here.
This looks fun.
This one looks like a cyber
Hi,
one.
random voice. Make sure to take.
Hi, random voice.
Hi, Arcane.
Arcane, I'm joined by Sadie Bean.
Hi.
She's politely given me her friend's play for this.
Oh no, not lucky ones.
Get to survive.
Are you ready? I can't hear you.
No, I'm not ready.
Let the games begin.
Hey, Arcane.
Is this some sort of wicked game show?
What? I have a soft spot for game shows.
Tonight, we're going to play bomb toss. The rules are easy.
I'm sorry, what?
I'm going to give you a bomb. Then, simply go from A to B and put the bomb in the bomb container.
What?
Here, give it a try. Toss it to each other a couple of times. Feels good, doesn't it?
Okay. Damn it. I didn't realise that was what I was supposed to be doing.
Oh, it's okay. Okay, one for you. Me. One for you. Me.
Good
Okay.
job. Oh, and I should probably mention this minor detail. The bomb will explode if you hold
No
on
way.
to it for too long. So
Too
without
long?
further
Great.
ado,
Crap.
Start the show.
Okay, great. What are we doing?
I'm not entirely sure. Tossing bombs.
This night's gonna be something else. Can you feel it?
Oh, am I meant to catch it? Did you have it?
I think I threw it to you.
Okay, throw it back.
Ah. Damn.
Okay.
We need to try this.
Okay.
Right. Throw.
To you.
Ah. Where were you? Ah.
I was throwing it to you.
Right.
To you. To me.
There.
To you. To me.
To you.
To you.
Oh, I got it.
Go.
It's open. Boom.
Okay, nicely done.
Yay!
I like how we're quoting the Chuckle Brothers to get that done.
To me. To you.
Extra fun.
To you, to me, to you, to me.
Let's go.
Oh no.
Focused. That was only
Okay,
the warm-up.
where are you? You're that side.
Warm
Okay.
up.
Passing it over to you.
Ah.
Ouch. Almost felt that myself.
The Chuckle Sisters, exactly. Right. To you. Oh, wait.
Oh, we've got to jump and then throw it. There we go. I thought.
That'll leave a mark.
What's your system saying?
I thought it was this. So you've got the little
Yeah.
jump things. Oh.
I figured it now. Yeah,
Okay.
you're right. Right. That one didn't work for some reason. Hang on. Oh, we have to wait. Okay.
Yeah.
To you.
Oh, I jumped at the same time. Whoops.
Okay. To you.
Oh no.
Running out of time.
Ooh. I don't know
That's
what I just did.
hard. Okay. I think there's a timer on the button.
Okay. Oh shiz.
Better toss the bomb before it's too late.
Bomb secured.
Yes.
Right, got it.
Need to hurl this soon.
To you.
Oh.
Got it. Got it?
Open it, open it. Ooh. I thought I chucked it. I thought I chucked it. Whoops.
To you.
There.
Got it. To you. Oh, jeez.
Oh. Go,
I'm
go,
on it.
go.
I'm on it. Go, go, go.
Ooh. Come on, dump
There we
it.
go. Ooh. This bit was difficult. This bit was difficult. Yeah.
Oh no. Not more. Dangerous.
No.
Wild emotions run, well, wild.
Uh-oh.
Alright, can't wait to
Ready?
see how this plays out.
Ah,
No, I'm on fire. Okay.
I didn't realise there was fire.
Me neither. Oh,
Before I give it to you at this bit.
hey, passing it back.
Ah, you die funny.
Soz.
So I'm gonna give it to you from here. Sorry.
To you. Oh. Nailed it. Then just went. Yep. Just everywhere. Right. Okay.
What's better than a game?
Oh, sorry. I didn't catch it. I didn't catch it.
Oh no.
All right. Get
There
you
you
doing
go.
your little roly-polies. Okay. To you.
What is this? Oh.
I think we're on the right bit in terms of you doing your bit first.
I threw it in the wrong direction, sorry.
It's okay.
I wasn't looking, I was like, and chuck it, just yeet it at the robot.
Fuego is the Spanish word for fire.
Right, to you. Oh, I think that's right though. If you continue round the corner, and then I chuck it last minute. Okay. Going over. Catch. To you.
Oh, I thought you meant as in.
On the next platform across.
Oh, right, that makes sense.
Okay. To me.
It's getting hot in here.
To you.
I need to throw it through.
Ready?
To me.
There you go.
To me.
Woo! Open! Open! Open sesame!
There we go. Oh!
That was tense.
Just went. Huh.
That was very tense.
It was very. Now I just want to go. Huh.
Sorry, I didn't quite catch that. Never mind.
We have another round.
Broadcast live, isn't it? Now, my hopeful
don't know.
contestants, meet a friend of mine.
Get ready, Zoe.
Game show.
Bring it on.
Hi, friend.
Uh-oh.
Oh, I don't like the look of this. Okay.
Oh, so it's... Oh, shit.
Okay, I don't. What are we meant to?
I think the robot follows whoever's got the... I didn't catch
Oh,
it.
okay.
But the robot follows whoever's got the...
And but we're still taking it to the back.
Yeah.
There we go.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Oh, I was so close. Okay. We got this. See you.
Oh, she good. Spray.
Oh, I feel like I was almost there. See you.
Ooh, I didn't catch that. Whoops.
See you.
Get ahead, and then there you go.
See you.
Oh no.
Oh, we were so close then. Okay, let's do that again.
That's what we need to do.
Lastminute.com. See you.
There you go. Oh no.
This is fine. Because
Right
I'm
to
there
me.
anyway. Oh
Nope.
shoot. Okay. Sorry, I thought I was putting it in. Right, to you. To you.
Damn it.
Sorry, that was my fault. I said to you too soon. To you. Oh, I'm gone. I'm back. It's me.
Ah! I died.
It's okay. Right. To you.
Then to you.
To you.
Ah!
Soz.
You could have held on to it.
Okay. To you.
And to you.
One more time to you.
Whew.
Nice. Perfect. There we go.
First time round. Totally.
I didn't think they could.
Yay!
I didn't do this. This is my neck on the line, not yours. You're gonna have to just get him on the line as soon as.
We got another round. Jeez. Okay.
No.
Hello. Let's continue.
Okay.
Oh no.
Oh no. Okay. Fine. Right.
Okay. Ready?
TV show for the whole family.
To you. Yep.
So
I'll wait until you land and then I'll. Ready?
Okay.
To you.
To you. Oh shoot! I just fell off.
Do gloriously or die miserably.
To you.
Oh, soz! I missed it.
Ready?
Educate. We entertain.
To you.
There we go. I'm sorry. I didn't think I caught it.
Ready? To you.
Okay. To you. And then to me again. Once we jump. Nice. Nice. To you. Oh shoot! Soz.
Shit.
Fell. That
That
works.
was so
that
close.
worked.
That is what we're supposed to do, I think. Do you?
Oh, soz. I missed it.
Ready? To you. Sorry.
To you. Oh, soz.
I was like, I keep dying. Ready? To you.
Got it. To you. Do it again one more time. To me.
To you.
Oh, I need to remember to actually push the button.
Oh no. Ready? To you.
To you.
And to you. Very quick.
To you.
Oh no. Oh wait, no, I've got it. Crap. I was like, huh? Ready? To you.
Oh, got it. To you.
To you.
To you. Oh, I fell. I should have. I had time.
Ready? To you.
Got it. To you.
Thank you. Ready? To you.
To you.
Ah! Crap.
So I'm gonna throw it over to you as soon as we're able to jump. Okay.
Okay. Ready? To you.
Got it. To you. To me.
To you.
Jump in. Pass over.
To you. Oh,
It's okay.
no. Ready? To you. Sorry.
You were just like, I'm just gonna throw it.
Ready? To you.
Got it. To you.
Ready? To you.
That's it. To you.
Woo! Woo, that was close. To you.
Got it. Passing it back over to you.
Thanks.
Nice.
Yay!
There we go. Sorted.
Number one game show in
Oh boy. That was good. That was good. And another one? Oh,
how many?
moly.
7 rounds apparently.
Okay. Flipping heck. Okay, right. Okay, passing it over to you.
Oh.
Oh, Jesus.
Ready?
No, I died.
Back.
Hang on.
Oh, crap.
Pass it back.
I did.
Oopsies. To you.
Thank you. Ready? Oh, where are you? Crap, to you.
I got it. I got it.
Thanks.
I'm going to pass it before we jump.
Yep.
To you.
Thank you. Ah, sorry.
No, that's okay. I thought I grabbed it.
I thought I grabbed it.
Okay.
Ready?
You.
Thank you. Ready, to you.
Oh.
Oh. Woo.
Got it. I got it. I got it. To you.
Thank you. Woo. Go, go, go.
Oh!
I'm so tense.
That's so close. I thought you were going to pass it over again first. Sorry.
I thought I was going to make it. I was like, oh.
Why did that one take us less time to do? Phew. I know, right, Benji?
Whew. GG's. Thank you. I thought games that was supposed
to be family friendly.
Nah.
Oh boy, that was a good one. I still like the motorbike one, and I still like the pig one.
The pig one's my favourite.
Okay.
Ooh. No.
Right,
Wrong
why
way.
Am I here?
I don't know.
I came up from that bit. Oh, I think.
I'm going back this way.
Oh yeah, because we were like, oh yeah, no, there's a secret thing over there.
Yeah.
GG's, thanks Benji.
Yeah, thank
Did
you.
it.
Ooh. Oh no. Oh, thank God.
Smash.
That's cool.
Oh no, now we're on a tree. If I saw a tree moving like this, I would be terrified.
Zoe, I think we're about to get boarded. Get rid of them.
Hey, get off me!
Ah, I need help.
Sorry, there we go.
Zoe, you gotta clear the way
I didn't.
now.
I'm trying.
I didn't realise I was.
I can't.
Rid of the monkey.
What just happened? No, thank you.
Basically.
Oh,
need you
so
to
you're
get rid of
shooting
monkeys.
through the
Yeah.
wall.
Get rid of them.
I'm coming. I'm coming.
There we go.
Oh, I'm such a powerhouse. Screw you, monkey.
Go this way because it's right here. There we go.
Go away, monkey. No more monkeys. No monkeys. There's so many of them. I'm so sorry.
Help me. Help me.
Trying. There's just so many. Why are we getting attacked by monkeys?
Why not? Flying monkeys, you know.
I'm just gonna say like right next to you.
Oh, thank you.
Spam it.
The monkey wrangler.
I am the monkey wrangler. I am a monkey. I'm just spamming buttons now. This is all I should do.
There's me just holding on for dear life.
Yeah, you're just steering the ship and me, I'm attacking monkeys.
Yay! Oh no. No.
No wonder I found that tree creepy. It's like a bug. Ugh. That was horrid. Save. Save G. Was your controller vibrating during that whole thing?
Yep.
Yeah, I feel like I've just had a hand massage.
It's nice. Just weird.
Yeah, it was weird.
This is the impending ice age. We're getting closer to the finale.
Oh, yay.
To the Ice King?
First, the Monkey King.
Oh no.
So there's an Ice King and a Monkey King?
Cool, huh? Let me fill you in on the backstory. So, my sister Ella loves monkeys.
Oh,
and
Ella's
I...
her
You
sister.
don't have to explain it to me.
You know what, Mio? I'm getting kind of sick of your attitude.
Me too.
None of this makes any sense.
It's not meant to, it's a fantasy.
Writer now. Last time I checked, you're just as unpublished as I am.
Oh.
I don't care about getting published right now. I just want to get out.
All I'm trying to do is tell you what I wrote so that we can be somewhat prepared.
She wants to get out because I'm telling you, she's written something in her own story that she doesn't like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look, I didn't mean to come off so harsh. It's just that
Sadie,
being
you've taken a
trapped
ad
in
break
here is
again.
really getting
Yeah.
on my nerves.
I get it.
I just left it as the auto ads.
No, it's good. I like it.
Okay, so
I need to get one
tell
like
me
that.
about your sister and this Monkey King.
Right. Me and Ella always used to visit the zoo when we were younger. And there was this really old and very
You
lonely
want
chimpanzee
yay
that
high,
we
let's
used to
die.
keep. Until one day, they decided to put him down.
Oh.
Oh no.
Oh. That must have sucked.
Yeah, it did.
Is his name Guy the Gorilla?
So when I wrote this story, I felt compelled to include him.
Okay. You lead the way then.
Hey, okay.
Do it. I don't know where I'm going,
So,
but
how did you write this Monkey King then?
Lead the way.
It's not like
I
how
don't
me
know,
and
right?
Ella saw him. Rather, how we imagined him in his prime.
Is that a good or a bad thing?
I'd say good.
I'll believe it when I see it.
Aw.
Am I able to swim in that?
Looks frozen.
I can!
Oh.
Yay! Okay.
Uh-oh.
What happened? What have you done?
Oh, it's the sound of the monkeys.
Straight up monkey business.
Made it. Oh,
Okay.
I can be a monkey thing here.
Oh.
There you go. Oh,
And I
you can
can
be a fairy.
tree. Oh.
There you go.
Oh yeah.
I don't know what that's going to do for you, but...
Oh, this ain't no lazy.
I'm taking the scenic route, apparently.
Mio.
Get the fur cleaned. Am I dropping down? Oh, yeah, I'm dropping. Okay. Oh, I'm not dropping.
Maybe don't block the stream.
Okay. I don't know what I'm... Who am I meant to be right now?
Ready? And then.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm so confused.
I think I'm supposed to.
Oh, that was my own fault.
I think you're supposed to be a monkey at that point. On the water wheel? Then I shoot you.
Oh.
Otters do fly.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Thanks.
Whenever you have time, Zoe.
Here we go. I have time.
Okay, I have time. Oops.
Uh-oh.
Okay, so then I need to do something for you, right? No?
Nah.
Oh, you good.
I used
turned
my
into a
fairy
fairy.
powers.
Oh, okay.
Oh. No.
I like that we both like did it though. You know? Made it. This is giving me Spirit of the North vibes.
That looks like
Check it out,
such a
Neo.
cute game.
The Ice Palace.
The Ice King sure seems to
It is a good game. If you haven't played it, it's a really cute little
The
fox
world's
game.
best growing on you.
You just go around as a fox and
story
it's
is about
great.
as deep
I pressed R1.
Word bath. Well, then it should be right up your alley.
I did not press R1 for that one.
Shots fired.
Whee! I heard spirit and my hair stood up.
Spirit.
Oh, these piranha
Spirit
fellas
of the
again.
North. Ooh,
Oh, hang
hello.
on.
How's that?
Go.
Go, go, Uncle Neo.
Is that? Are you safe?
No. May need to come do it again. Sorry. I died.
I lost where are you? Hang on.
I'm
There.
over here. Hello.
What was that? I can't figure out where I am.
I'm lost.
Okay.
Hurry, next one.
Are you safe, G?
Ah. No.
Am I missing one? No,
was
there's no
going
other ones
to-
down here.
Turn into a fairy. I keep missing it.
Oh, okay. Alright. There we go.
Come on, come on.
Sorry. I got caught a little bit.
Oh no.
Right.
Whoops.
Oh, I can dash. Sorry.
Oh, I can
I
dash
forgot that I
it, so
could-
I'm just like getting
I
eaten
forgot
by,
I
like,
could
my
dash,
piranhas.
and then it actually ruined my angle.
Aha!
Okay.
There we go. I don't know where we go from here.
Right, these bushes.
What's this now?
I don't know why I'm hiding in there. Ah.
Right, we're just being part of the tree, I guess. Okay, right, where are you?
I'm here.
Okay, so I need to be somewhere. How do I get to that? What do I do?
I don't know. Whether you just hiding
on,
in the bushes.
I'm gonna-
Yeah.
You telling me you don't hide in the bushes? Oh, okay. So yeah, if you can bring
Hold
it, if you can bring
yeah.
it lower.
That's as low as it will go.
Okay, my little face is adorable. Right, where are you? Okay. So we're just going up from here. No, okay. Both of us just hide in the bushes, right? You seen that James Acaster sketch where he spent the night in a bush? No. I kind of want to.
I don't think I have.
Have I got the right idea with that?
I think. Hang on. Yeah, it's got to be. I think it is the right idea. So.
Yeah, let me have a little dive around here to see if there's anything as well. It's like I can't jump up too high.
I can't see anything else. Is that a cat?
No, it was me.
Oh, I was like, what the...
The police told you not to hide in bushes anymore. Well, yeah. What's this? Is this what I think it is?
You're backside
Wait for it.
Water.
Yes, Sadie! You know me too well. Oh. I died. Right, that's as low as you can go. So
Yeah.
what?
And
what
that one
about...
you have to push up.
Okay. Okay, got it.
There you go.
There we go.
Hang on. There you go.
No! I was too close. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
At least now we know what we're doing.
We do, yeah.
Ish.
That was too soon. Okay, got it. Okay, and I'm gonna stop here. Okay, and then down a little bit. Thank you.
Hey, do you ever go for walks in the forest?
And then I think we're good.
But there's a shady park 2 blocks from where I live.
Poor child.
Hang on. There we are.
We're good?
Yeah. Give life.
Oh, you are now Groot.
I have magic.
Num.
Magical.
That's what your character is doing right now. Num. How are your Tottenham cakes the other day?
Delicious.
Jealous. Oh, heck yeah. Get back here.
Oh, that's for throwing poop.
We will win in a snowball fight.
This snowball isn't yellow.
Hey.
She scored!
Right, that's it.
Oh, it's on now.
Hey. Use the Tilu training. Yes.
That whole time, you were throwing at the monkeys. I was throwing at you.
I was getting hit by shit.
And a snowball as well.
Haha.
That didn't even hit me.
Too much fun. Oh, that's brilliant.
Guys, stop fighting! It's the snowball fight! It is! Oh, how we can reference Tilu in everything that we do.
I love it.
That was too much fun.
No, don't let go!
Hi, monkeys. Made it.
Yay!
Okay, this is the trial to gain an audience with the Monkey King.
Sure, let's rise to the occasion.
Okay, so we've got blue, yellow, and red. Oh, okay, I see what... No, okay.
Yellow.
No, hang on. Are you able to grow it back again? So we do this one.
Hang on.
So blue.
Yep.
Wait, I'm confused.
Oh, hang on.
Unexpected day off tomorrow. Let's go.
Nice.
Go on.
because that freezes it in place.
So if I want this one down, so are you able to freeze this one? Yeah. Blue. Freeze, and then freeze the middle one. Because the middle is already yellow, I think.
Well, should we... No, middle's green.
Okay.
That looks correct.
This one next. Oh, okay, so it has a timer to do it in.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, we do blue first.
Yeah.
Blue.
Why doesn't it let me? Sorry.
It's okay.
It's being a pain. Oh,
Blue.
that's why.
Oh, you got to be quick on this one, haven't you? Hang on, I'm going to do this one again.
Okay. Go.
I can't get to that one.
Hang on. I need that one to get risen, so... I'll shot again. Blue.
Hang on.
Ah, no.
It's okay. I'll get this one if I can. Oh. Sorry.
Yellow. Red.
Yes! Yes!
Woohoo!
Yeah, nice sheep.
Why'd you ask?
But then you're in for 5 days. That's okay.
I think I'm in
That's
for
okay.
6 or 7 days this week. It's just gonna be
I don't
long.
know how many I'll be in for. I'm not playing that card. Okay.
Oh no. Oh no.
Stupid traps. The throne room of the Great Monkey King is right up ahead.
I love how she
so
just like
close.
flew down.
Behavior, please.
Yeah, mine's just like, ouch.
Promise I'll try.
That hurt.
Oh no.
Yabba dabba doo!
I wanna be like you. Not like you. Not like you.
Oh,
He's
he's
even
fancy.
like King Louis.
The eighth wonder of the world.
The backside of water?
Bling,
Oh.
the king of sting, the Monkey King.
I mean, he's kind of charismatic, you got to admit that.
It's like King Louis.
And his disco floor, yeah.
Anyone who wishes to pass through my
Dancing
land
along. Dancing along.
must first prove themselves worthy.
Oh,
Okay,
no.
we can prove ourselves worthy.
Will be
Cool.
decided on the dance floor.
Oh, yes. Okay.
But I can't dance.
I don't dance, I know he can.
DJ, drop the music.
I'm the cheeky monkey queen, am I?
Let's see if you can match my moves.
Okay.
Okay. Blue,
Blue,
yellow,
yellow.
blue, yellow.
Wow, wow,
Yes.
wow. Fantastic. Great focus. Let's add some flair. All right.
Who dance mats?
Turn it up.
I want to have a little boogie now.
Oh.
Oh, that makes sense.
Boogie on green.
What was it?
Green, pink, blue, green. Yeah.
Oh no. Alright. I died.
It's okay. Green, pink, blue, green.
Green, pink, blue.
Oh no! That was my fault. I went to go for green and it went for yellow. Giving you Crash Bash vibes. Look at my tail going.
No! I didn't select that. I thought it selected the middle.
My monkey just shook its head at you.
I thought it selected the middle. Groot can't dance.
Oh no, sorry. I went to go to the middle
I was
and
just
it
being
didn't.
so careful. I was like, I need to be careful.
I thought I went into the middle.
Okay. Yay!
Nice. Yes.
Woo! Fun?
Okay, next.
Okay.
Here we are.
Yellow.
Yellow.
Middle. Purple.
Pink. Yellow. Blue. Pink. Yellow. Pink. Yellow. Blue. Yellow. No? Oh, sorry. It was pink, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Soz.
Oh.
Okay. So,
Yellow. Middle. Pink. Middle. Yellow. Blue. Pink. Yes.
nice. Shamon! I mean, he seems like a cool monkey king.
He does.
Just like the Dance King in Buffy. Oh, we're actually doing a conga line. Okay.
Oh.
Come on, follow me. No worries, I'll come back for you.
Hang on. There you go.
Oh no, I keep losing mine.
Anyway. Oh. Okay, hang on. Hey.
Oh no, I am so sorry.
Hey, my conga line. I had such a good conga line going.
I had the conga and I just ruined yours.
Yes.
It's like a version of Snake.
There we go.
Okay, I'm going around the outside of you.
I'm just going all the way.
We
Yay.
played Snake on the old Nokia. This is fine. No! I ran into my own thing.
Hey, my monkeys. Sorry.
Right, stay at the top. Stay at the top.
I'm trying. God damn it. This is just bizarre. Ooh. No.
Oh no! My monkeys!
I want to be like you. Ooh, ooh. Ooh.
I can't.
Leave me alone.
Hey, Code Monkey, thank you for the brief spiritual.
Oh no.
Oh my.
I don't know what I'm doing.
You need to collect all of your monkeys and get your
trying.
pile up to the top. Stick to your green. Do not upset my pink.
Oh shit, I'm
No!
so sorry.
No!
My
Come and
poor
get
monkeys.
your monkeys. No, my monkeys!
We're going this way, monkeys. We're going this way.
Right. Just go up and down.
Yay! That took far too long. Oh, my poor monkeys.
No killing the streamer with laughter, please. I know, right? And I've run out of Diet Coke.
Oh no.
Let's disco! Strike a pose.
Oh no.
Come on.
Follow the king.
Do you feel it?
Okay.
Do you feel it?
Oh, okay. Well, it's a good thing we both went down.
Hey. Don't
What are we doing? Up. Up. Yes. Smashed it. Oh, shit. Sorry. Okay. I didn't realise we were full on following.
Yeah.
Down. Yeah, nice. Did it. That was brilliant, right?
You're just on vibes.
Up. Down. Up. Okay, I thought he was going down again.
This is definitely giving me the just on vibes.
So I have the PS1 Jungle Book dance mat game, and that is what vibes it's giving me.
I remember that game.
I tried belly dancing once.
I didn't try belly dancing.
Focus.
Focus. Yeah.
Get off me!
Shake it, shake it, shake it.
Yay.
Shimmy, shimmy, shimmy. Shimmy, shimmy, shimmy.
Yes.
Shimmy, shimmy, shimmy. Shimmy, shimmy, shimmy. Shimmy, shimmy, shimmy.
But you can't dance if you can't break dance. Let's go.
I keep forgetting these headphones.
Oh yeah. The bomb, homie. The bomb, homie.
Don't lose the flare.
Oh god, I need a stretch.
Yeah.
We were on that one. Whoosh! Smashing it.
That's gonna be the dance of the century.
That was a great dance of the century.
You earned your passage through my lands.
Yay!
Oh yeah.
Go and
Booyah!
save the land
Woohoo.
and end the Ice King's reign. High five! Ooh, down
Yeah.
low. Too slow. Ain't that Ice King now? Ha!
That was brilliant.
That was brilliant, to be
Great.
fair.
Let's go this way. Oh, and by the way, for someone who can't dance, you sure brought some sick moves.
Yeah.
Yeah, they did.
She's like, oh, actually, yeah, that was kind of fun. That's a better story than my story. Let's go!
So, you're into dancing?
It's like, what just happened?
I was actually quite the promise back in the day, you know? You should have seen me. What happened? Well, I did it professionally for a while, but then...
If I ask Mikey said when you do that wrong, I'm trying that at work.
I do miss dancing some days. But what can you do?
You included in your story.
There we go.
It's not the chain.
Eyes monkeys when you do it wrong. Exactly. It's like.
I am playing slots.
No, it's okay. Where are you playing slots? I want to play slots.
It's like a poker table.
Place your bets.
Oh, we're monkeys. Bananas even. Not
Bananas.
Ka-ching!
Oh no.
Oh, jeez.
Why are they? Why is this a thing?
I don't know, but it's quite cool.
Yay, bananas!
That's awesome.
That's fun. Right, what are we doing?
I think I need to go this way.
Oh, maybe the casino bit was there for my character.
Brought my mittens.
Be like, whoa! Yep, I wasn't expecting that. Ouch.
Oh, right. Be aware of the icicle spikes. Yeah, thanks for the heads up.
Nailed it.
First time.
First time.
That's the gate to the ice palace. Fancy.
Let it go.
Elsa?
Let it go. Can't hold it back anymore.
Let it go, Sadie.
Oh.
Let it go.
Yeah? Is this by any chance the story?
Did you know that the beast is called Marshmallow?
This is an early story
thing
of
that she
mine
makes.
from when we moved away from the countryside.
You sing it. Sing it, Benji.
Just because you missed
Hey,
Sort of.
Sadie.
But it was a
Did
time
you want to
when
build a
life was
snowman?
Simpler.
I'm the snowman.
Hey Zoe, look how far I can throw it.
It was quite far. Did you see that?
No. Oh wow.
Bird going to feed her chicks.
Sarah.
That didn't happen the first time.
Hey, did you see that? Launches it at the bird. Right, Amber?
Oh my god, a palace! Soz. Oops. Payback. Look, I didn't mean to kill it. It just happened to be flying at the same time that I was throwing stuff.
That's some flashy front door.
Oh, a big baddie needs a
It is. Look, they've even got the Whomping Willow as well.
How do we get in?
The Ice King's full of tricks, but then again, so are we.
There you go. Bring powers to you. I don't know, that aim looked like you practiced that for a few weeks.
Yay.
Shh. R.I.P. bird.
It is always an option. Oh, we've got a timer.
Oh, okay. Wait, which one are you pushing?
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, hang on.
Yeah, so it needs to match. So three dots on our side on this first one.
Right.
Running out of time.
Oh,
no.
okay. So this one is the tree. Yeah.
3 dots. Okay.
Okay.
3 dots, 3.
3 dots is tree. No, that first one is the tree. This third one is the dots.
Okay. Dots.
That first one was the tree. Fourth one is the circle with the square in it. And then that second one should be right. Triangle.
To lock it in.
Alright.
Triangle.
Go.
Nice.
Punch it in, Mio.
Oh, you gotta punch it in. Right. Hit it again.
Wait, what?
Right. Try again. No.
I'm so confused.
Punch it. Punch. Punch.
Oh, okay.
Go. Yay!
Yay! Teamwork. Teamwork.
R.I.P. bird. Ooh, down here.
I know this from somewhere.
That's because it's awesome.
This bench. Oh yeah. I'm taking in the views.
Oh, hang on. Let me come over. Let me come over to you.
There's a nice little bench here.
I was doing the puzzle, but sure, we can take a break. We can have a Kit Kat. Oh, Kit Kat. Oh.
Some hot cocoa.
We can have a
would
Kit Kat,
sure
right?
hit the spot right now.
Kit Kats are lovely. I haven't got any.
I prefer tea.
Damn it.
I can do tea.
No, me neither.
Honey.
But I do.
Add maybe ginger
I've got a
to
couple
it?
of things.
Sure. Why not?
Oh, too bad we didn't bring any.
Probably have some
Yeah.
food at some
Too
point.
bad.
Yeah, I was thinking that. Maybe we finish this chapter.
Yeah. See if there's any.
Right, because you are Groot, if you can stand here, well, if you can stand here for me.
Here?
That's Groot. Oh. Yeah. But do this one for me.
This one?
Well, actually, no. Do this one. And then the one to your right. And then this one.
This one, yeah?
Yeah. And then the one behind you.
Oh, hang on. Let me move out of the way. Oh. There we go.
Here we go.
Yay!
Yay! Look at us go.
Guess what? What? I'm kind of looking forward to meeting this Ice King. I mean, you've been hyping him up.
Oh, don't tell me you're the type.
Is he a nice guy?
Well,
Oh, he's a villain? Okay.
Right here.
Oh, there's a pretty thing down here. Here we go. I did something. And then there's another thing I can press triangle on there.
Oh, right. I think I've got aim over here.
Just walk over me. Rude. Right, so what am I doing for you?
That's right. There we go.
Okay. Do you need another one?
Nah, it should be alright.
There we go.
When I was a kid, I accidentally licked a
Don't mind me just going to overtake you there.
I was trying to see if I could see anything.
There's a side
Type
story
it.
over here.
Side story.
Story. Oh yeah.
Yay! Oh, that's beautiful. It's totally beautiful. I don't like this already.
This seems
looks like
chaotic.
Danger. Why is Mio's story always dangerous?
Again with the explosions.
Who knows?
This could be my biggest one yet. Oh well, isn't that just peachy?
I'm just running.
There's me getting distracted by everything.
You're looking for everything, and I'm like, where am I going?
Escape. Oh boy.
Is that a son?
A dying son.
You
It
outdid
looks
yourself
more like the
this
thing from
time.
Stranger Things. Oh, but that is okay.
Oh,
I think we need to stay behind the shield.
Yeah.
But not for too long.
Remember, kids, always use sunscreen.
It's true.
Okay, what are we even trying to achieve here?
The sun is about to go supernova.
Yeah, I do detect some cranky.
I think we got the idea of that.
Our mission is to neutralize the core, or the entire planetary system will be obliterated.
Oh, what a lovely premise, Mio.
We did so good. I mean, I don't really know where we're meant to be going right about now.
Holy crap! No veggies for the lab people today.
I'm just staying behind this because it seems that this is a safe thing to be doing.
Whoops. I got a bit too excited.
Yeah, good one.
This is me just getting very excited, like, I know what I'm gonna do. Yep.
Yeah! Oh. Stupid R1 button. There we go. I'm gonna wait. I'm here! I'm here!
But isn't this concept wild? Oh crap! Brace yourself!
Whee! Or at least they got
Elevators.
down.
Look at us go.
Yeah.
Oh, I risked that for a biscuit.
Oh, okay.
Hang on,
No. Ah!
Ah! Oopsies. Okay, we're gonna wait for the next sunburst.
Yeah. And then if you stand on that.
Oh, lucky.
Oh.
Okay, and again. Go, go, go.
I'm trying. Hang on.
Damn it, damn it.
Alright.
Okay. Okay, ready?
Yeah.
Wait for the next one. Okay. Oh, just in time. Wait for the next one. I thought it wasn't going to go then. Right, go. Nice. GG. GG. Yay.
action.
No origin.
Just action.
Unstable spectacle. Nothing inside that wants to break free.
Yeah, I consider myself pretty stable. Oh, stable. Yeah, like a dying sun.
I don't think this girl is stable. I think she's anything but stable. Spammy triangle.
Yay!
We're doing it. We just spamming
I
square
think we've got
to do it in time.
And then
Is it me? Or are the
Okay,
flares
nicely
getting
done.
more
Okay.
frequent?
Yup, we're running out of time.
Oh dear.
Oops. Soz.
it's all good.
We got to that bit at least.
Flares getting
Long
more
way.
frequent.
Yup, we're running out of time.
Oh dear.
Right, just go straight away.
Yeah.
Me? Or are the flares getting more frequent?
Yup, we're running out of time.
Okay. Oh no.
I think we were close there. Right, we'll wait. Wait one.
And then go.
Or are the flares getting more frequent?
Yup, we're running out of time.
Oh dear.
Okay, go. Okay.
Oh.
Keep pushing.
I am. Short breather? No.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Let's go. It's quite a fun little strategy bit.
You.
I'll wait for you. Okay.
Right.
Yeah, the level design on this is so good. I think we can both wait on one of them to put the shield up.
That's what I'm thinking. That was out.
Oh, I thought you'd gone. Wait, why did I die?
No. Oh, I'm gonna die. I'm like,
Okay, right.
huh?
So we'll do the first one.
Yep.
Wait. Oh, soz.
I died.
That was my fault. Sorry. I thought you'd gone. Right, wait for the next one. Okay, 1, 2. Wait there. Nice. Okay, next one.
Oh no.
Okay, this next one's going to be trickier. I think
Oh, I think we've got to press all of them to bring it up. Don't
yeah. Okay, 1, 2. Okay.
Sorry.
Soz. I fell.
So did I.
We've got the first stage just right. Yeah, I think we have to get all of them.
Yeah.
in.
That's what I'm thinking.
Do you want to take, on that second one, do you want to take the right side and I'll do the 3 on the ends?
Yeah.
That's okay. So if I do the side middle, you just do the side front. That was lucky. Oh, soz. That was my fault. I didn't look.
Oh no.
Okay. No! Oh shoot.
No.
She jumped off for some reason. Okay.
Oh no.
So, is it because we're both jumping on one of them?
I don't know. Sorry.
What just happened?
I don't know.
I know what happened
That's
there.
me getting too keen. Right.
I'm gonna try just doing the one. Because I can jump over to the one. If I do the left...
I can do the right.
I'm gonna do left.
Do you want to do middle or front?
Middle. If I do left and middle, you do the
Right,
front one.
Cool.
You do middle, yeah. I'll do the middle. That was my fault. Oh. I'm so sorry.
Bless you.
Thank you. Oh. Hey.
Oh, no.
Wait, what?
I thought we did
What
it.
happened there? Oh shoot. Sorry. My thing. You'd never treat Sadie like this?
They're like, hang on. I'm just like, I don't know what I'm doing. Yes. Go, go, go.
Okay. I'm gonna hide behind here. Were we really that late?
Oh, thank God.
Hey, I'm saying. Oh wait, no, we're fine.
No.
At least we have a checkpoint now.
Yeah. At least we
Okay,
don't
so-
have to redo everything.
Nice. Okay, next area.
Use the shields.
I did not realise that was a thing. Wait, what?
Ready? Three,
Shield.
two.
Okay, we're going to take it in turns as we go forwards. Shield. Go behind me.
Oh.
Oh shit!
Nope.
This is making more sense now.
A little bit, yeah. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Hurry! Idle push! Go, go!
I'm going high.
Get the shield!
Oh, okay. Okay, we've got this. So I'm gonna do the first one. Will
Shield, come
let
on, shield!
that damage. We've got to take it in turns, I think. You shield?
Oh,
so
no.
if we kind of stay close together.
Ah. I fell. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I'm like, oh no.
So you shield. I'll go forwards. Shield. You go on forwards.
Whoops.
Okay. That's okay.
Sorry.
We'll take it in turns.
Sarah,
It's okay.
treat you like this.
You're good. You're good. Right. Right.
Shield now.
Your turn. Oh, I think I was back behind.
Shield.
Oh, so close. I treat you both this badly. It's fun. It's true. You would.
Shield, come on, shield.
I just ran away.
You're like, screw this.
No. Right. Are you shielding first?
Yeah.
Okay.
Shield.
And shield.
Shield. Shield.
Shield up, shield up.
Ooh.
Yes!
Oh, yay.
Nailed it.
I'm trying.
Sarah be like, I'm out of here. I'm like, bye. I'm sorry. I got distracted.
Sarah's like already clocked out. She's like, screw this.
I'm out of there, yeah.
Hi, Code.
No biggie.
No biggie.
Yay, we did it.
That's a biggie.
That's vibrating an awful lot.
Yeah, that was a lot of vibration right there.
Good job. Nicely done. Thank you.
What?
We died a
That was
couple
good
of times,
teamwork.
is going on?
That was
in
good
your
teamwork.
mind? What?
Yeah.
That was epic.
Holy Jesus, it's almost 9 o'clock,
Oh, you'll
Sadie.
get over it.
Ow.
Right. Let's not get distracted.
I think that's lost.
Well done for spotting that
sight in this
story.
chapter.
Yeah. Well done for spotting that. That was a good one.
You're
This
welcome.
architecture is some premium stuff, Zoe.
You're welcome.
Don't get fooled by the glamour. It's
That was really
pure
nice. From
evil.
Sadie,
Sure, but
I'll have
nice
you know, we
people are
both
rare.
were very good at that shielding.
Yeah. Oh wait, no, we can't get out this way. I think it's down this
fine.
icy hallway.
Whee!
Okay, Mew. The throne room is up next. All right, let's dethrone the king.
Uh-oh. Sorry.
I don't know what I just did.
I don't know
That's what I
which
was trying
door
to
I
do.
need to throw it out. Let's
There you
go. This one. Yeah.
Nice.
It's
GG's.
like, I don't know what when. I'm like, I don't know where I'm going.
You did great,
Be
sweetie.
on your guard.
Yay!
He's hiding somewhere.
I feel like this is a really long chapter.
So, what is the Ice King's deal? Apart from his interior design.
He is the most evil and dangerous menace alive. And if not defeated, the entire
I'll tell you something,
Underlands
not
will
having a
fall
little
into
look.
eternal winter. Mew?
Look what I found.
Booty cat.
Away from the cat.
Aren't you the
Oh.
cutest?
It's an evil cat. It's the king, right? Yeah.
This little guy? Get out of here.
I based him on our neighbour's cat.
He looks so cute though.
This little monster with
That's
all kinds of
him.
mischief. Stalking us, killing
I wanna
birds,
pet him.
mice, squirrels, everything.
I want to pet him.
Zoe,
I am petting
We
him.
are not the little cat.
Pet me or die, human. Pet me or die.
Oh, take it easy, Snowball.
Oh, death it is then. Whoosh!
Yeah, forget these heads. Okay. Screwed. I'm broken. Oh well.
May I ask who dares disturb me without giving me
What are we
cuddles?
watching?
Here to end your icy
My
Your
cat's
pigs
on
were
a regular.
weird.
once and for all.
This is your cat on a regular, yeah.
One's on my menu. Oh, poor me. But sweet lord, today must be my lucky day.
Must pet me or die.
Oh, he turned into a saber cat. Cat!
Source of power.
Do you still want to pet him now?
Yeah.
Kinda, yeah. What?
Kitty wants to play.
Anyone got
That's
a
always
laser?
a British accent.
Whoa! This doesn't feel like playing! Just stay alive!
Oops. I tried to get out of the way.
Snowball has lost his mind!
Ka-chow!
Yay!
Who are we? We are even more. You want to pet it even more, right, Raven?
Raven, I wholeheartedly agree. Oh, I don't know.
What am I doing?
I don't know. Staying alive.
It said doing something.
My style is cold.
Ah, okay. I can't. Okay, now I can. Ouch. I died. That wasn't fair. Oh, okay. Hey. Nicely done.
No.
Don't you just love me?
I did. Ouch.
Don't die, don't die, don't die.
I'm trying not to.
No one said that about
I'm sorry.
me.
I did die. I did die.
Swam above.
Grant my last request and just let me hold you. The music's giving me Harry Potter vibes.
It is.
Of the da 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 da.
Zoe has built! Grab it!
Can I get out of the way? Go.
Fast go. Okay, phase 2. Didn't like that. I like that there are 5 different phases to these battles.
Quite cute.
Oh shit, sorry, language.
You have heard me swearing.
Here is where you draw the line!
I have, yeah.
Maybe?
It's true. Okay, different little section. Okay, so I need to smash that, whatever that is, and then you can whack it. Okay. So when the opportunity comes, I can smash it. Ouch. Right, coming up.
Yes.
Oh. Oh no. No! Oh, fudge. I know what I need to do. So as soon as they throw it... Right, to you.
Yes.
And then smash. Yes. Nice.
Yay.
Okay, good, good, good. Okay, phase 1.
This is insane.
This is so good.
I'm frozen, Zoe. Don't panic.
I'll teach you etiquette!
On track.
I think we've got to lure it into the...
Yeah.
I'll show you, manners!
Ouch. Soz.
Last out of it.
Oh no.
What are we thinking?
Oh.
Okay, that helped. Back to you.
Get him.
Oh shoot. Ooh, I died.
Ooh. Okay, we'll try once more.
Oops. Soz.
Oh no.
Right to you. Okay, nice.
Yay!
Yay! Come on.
Yay! We did it.
That felt like it hurt. That poor little putty tap.
I taught her to a putty cat.
No, no, no.
I did. I did talk a putty cat.
Don't let him trick you, shoo. And put the ribbon cables in properly so it won't work. But I can't see how much power it has. I can't be asked anymore. I'll do it tomorrow. Ooh, cool cat. That was a lot right there, spiritual. That was a lot. We de-thawed it.
Yay!
De-thawed? Thawed it, even.
Once more, hope of spring has returned to the Underlands, and everyone can live happily ever after.
This was the main chapter, right?
Yeah.
Yay, GG's!
What does?
Look at that little paw print right there.
That's so cute.
And continues conversations with people that you forget about like weeks ago. That's fair.
The monkey part didn't.
Yeah, I just have a memory of Dory.
I knew you'd come around. The glitch.
Yay, we found the glitch.
Finally.
I'm gonna miss this place.
Aww.
Let's get out of here.
Oh, look, they're becoming friends.
Aww.
Okay, now let's see what Nathan... It's not Nathan, but I want to call him Nathan because he's giving me Jefferson vibes.
The situation is still not solved.
Such teamwork, right?
Look, I've got a plan. We're going to get them out.
I don't like where this is going.
First, we have accusations of the machine stealing ideas, and now this.
It's not about ideas. Ideas are easy. Everybody has them. We're
Definitely move this game up your backlog list.
of minds, all
Figure out who to
working
kidnap
for
and
us
force to
create
play.
Masterpieces that you can live, touch, feel.
Sir, they're coming back.
On my way. I gotta go. Just trust me.
This is so cute as a game.
This is very cute.
I love it.
Okay.
Whoa. I wonder how many more hits it can take. I don't know, but we're gonna find out.
Yay.
Okay, we're ready.
Hit it.
What was that?
Mio? Zoe?
Hello?
Hello, Hello, this is Raider, CEO of Raider Publishing. Do you copy?
Yeah.
Nobody home.
We do.
Great. Firstly, I want to apologize for this minor inconvenience, but rest assured that we are working on a solution. However, in order to provide you proper assistance, I need you to discontinue your pursuit of the glitches.
So they know that they're hunting them down.
Yeah.
You can cut the crap. We've heard you the entire time.
You what?
We know that you just want to extract and steal all of our ideas.
Yes, the cartoon villain.
No, you've got this all wrong. We only want to help you get published. I'm on your side.
Listen here, we're breaking out. And if we destroy your machine at the same time, so be it.
Yeah, you brought this on yourself.
I love this.
I might be able to
yeah.
assist you with your father's situation. We looked you up. And if it's financial assistance you require, I might be able to help you.
She just wants money because I'm assuming his dad's unwell. Her dad's unwell.
And all you have to do in
That's what I'm
return is
assuming.
stop pursuing the glitches. Isn't that why you came here in the first place? To get paid? What if I told you that we could get rid of all your problems today?
He's bluffing.
It's your choice, Mio.
The thing is, like, she doesn't have anything.
Everything he's told us, the publishing deal, the
it's a
offer
bit
to
like-
assist us, it's all been lies.
It has all been lies.
He only wants to take advantage of us. You said it yourself.
Yeah. Screw this guy.
No, you can't do this.
Yeah.
Stop this madness right now. I will not let you ruin my life's work.
Good chat. Very productive.
Wait, I will find a way to stop you. Do you hear me? I will find a way to stop you, goddammit!
Oh no.
Yeesh. Okay. Well, Sadie, I don't know about you, but I feel like I could carry on playing this. But I need some food.
Same here.
Drama! I know, right? Drama.
I'll pause it at the end of the cutscene.
Yeah.
That seems like the sensible thing.
Yeah. And it feels like we're going into more drama.
Yeah.
Everyone will die.
Everyone will die!
What?
Red versus blue.
No, don't listen to her.
Me was like,
Listen to
crap.
her.
We're all gonna be fine.
Hey, if I die, please tell my wife and my son that I love them.
Aww.
Our mission: seek and destroy the source of the toxin.
Is
Are we
red
clear?
versus blue.
Shark beat. Ooh, haha.
Zoe, drop! I'm not doing this! Push the button!
We drop in T-minus 60 seconds.
No! No!
Oh boy.
Is they're gonna die otherwise?
Shall I pause it?
I don't know. I don't know where there's a good little spot to pause it. Why do I look like Iron Man?
Wait, no, that was James Bond.
Banana. Yeah, that wasn't that. Is that Mission Impossible?
What was that? James Bond.
What is?
That's James Bond.
Is that James Bond?
Pretty sure that is.
Okay.
Halo 3, y'all. Check it so if you don't stop the game, carry on for 12 hours.
I mean, I did see the little save thing. I feel like I want to be on like solid ground though, rather than falling. How long is this chapter? The thing is that we'll be like, oh yeah, we'll carry on until like we finish the chapter, but then we'll see that there's a little side mission, and we'll get distracted by the side mission.
I kind of wanted to save on solid ground as well.
What kind of Brit doesn't recognise James Bond? Me. I'm not a fan of James Bond.
There we go. Right. Save on solid ground. That's what I want to do.
Okay. Saving on solid ground?
Yeah.
We're not counting water as solid ground? Okay.
I don't know if
Understandable.
I did see if it did the autosave.
Never been so offended in your life.
Whee.
It's just not my cup of tea. I'm coming on over.
I'm coming up.
Next, you're going to tell us you don't even drink tea. I don't.
Uh-oh.
I don't drink tea. I hate tea. We are underwater.
Oh yeah.
We are now no longer underwater.
I'm going to aim to make it to this point.
So what was Raider?
Hey, Paige.
Hey, Paige.
Heathen.
Used to the guns.
No, I know. I'm that weird person. I don't drink tea. Oh, I think I know what we need to do. You were probably already doing it anyway. But I think we jump on as far as we can here. You shoot.
I think you've got to shoot that one. You're red.
Oh, okay. I thought I was shooting your one. But you, okay, you run over.
But what did he mean with your father's situation? Our guns are calibrated to this facility. They'll clear our path forward.
I don't drink tea or coffee. Thank you, Amber. I don't drink tea or coffee.
I drink both.
Yeah, Sadie drinks both. I can't stand it.
Woo.
Can't stand it.
Wait.
What else is going to get revealed?
Wait. You heard what the
I like rice pudding and jam.
Oh, that's nice.
Don't encourage. Spiritual? No. She can encourage. I just drink Diet Coke, water, milk.
No. We have to push
Not all
on.
together.
Guns blazing.
Mio,
What?
clearly something is bothering you with all of this. Let me help you.
Look, I don't need yours or anyone else's pity.
It's because she has empathy.
How are we supposed to get out of here if we don't start to trust each other?
I don't need your trust.
Well,
Aww.
I kind of need yours. Not everyone is out to
You
get
could be any dessert. What could you be?
Sometimes
I'm
it
a
can be
meringue
healthy
pie.
to vent.
A meringue pie.
I like it.
Why a meringue pie?
Lemon meringue.
I do only consume Diet Coke. You're a meringue.
Lemon meringue.
Lemon meringue. I thought you said you're a meringue.
No, lemon.
Like soft and squishy on the inside.
Started writing this as a way
Like my personality.
No, you've got a dark personality.
Yeah.
Is that what Raider meant with the whole financial
If
situation?
life gives you lemons, exactly. Didn't we have a lemon thing in this?
Say, medical care ain't cheap.
Yeah, we threw lemons at the
Medical
trolls.
care is not cheap in America, it's true.
No.
You'd be a jam roll, probably. Oh, I just want cake now.
Oh, I'm hungry.
Cake and biscuits. Right, I feel like it's a saving area.
Yeah. Woo!
So, I think, Sadie, thank you so much for allowing me to play this with you.
Oh, thank you for joining.
It's okay. When should we do this again? When can we do this again?
Might be around tomorrow evening. Might.
Okay, I tell you what, if you are, because I will probably be streaming. If you are, you let me know when we're back, and I'll just switch over games.
Sure.
Because I'm just gonna look to see how much longer we're expecting for this game. Like,
I'm
in terms of
enjoying it so
gameplay.
far, though. Hope you guys are.
How long to
It's
complete
fun.
Split Fiction? 11 to 14 hours, and then for the main story, and then 15 to 16 for the exploration.
Oh.
Thank us. Take 5. We'll see you both at 21:20. No. I gotta eat. I gotta eat. But yeah, guys, we did a duo stream.
My first one. Woo!
Yeah.
I think.
Nice little hands up in the air there. I have your stream up.
I have yours up as well. Stream section.
Yay. Shall we do a raid out?
Yeah.
Shall we do a duo raid out?
Does that work?
I can't raid into you, sadly.
Damn it. Who was on?
Let's have a little look. It depends what kind of game are you wanting.
I don't mind, to be honest.
I've got a few people doing The Last of Us. I've got a couple of people like doing Baldur's Gate.
Oh, yeah, I have that person tabbed with Baldur's Gate at the moment. Who does that?
Is it the same person that we're
yes,
thinking of?
I think it is.
You think it is? Yeah,
yeah, I think it is.
Shall we do that? Guys,
Yeah.
if you are all in both of our streams, which I think most of you are, I appreciate that anyway. I think that's an awesome thing that you guys are doing. But yeah, this would be really awkward now if we weren't doing the same person.
You are thinking Jess, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. Thank God. That's me going, oh,
Yeah.
God, now you got me questioning it.
But yeah, I think that seems like a very valid person to do. So let me get my...
Yeah.
Have I got these ones? I have that and I have that, right? Sadie, you always do my raid messages and I can never remember which one is
okay,
what.
so that one works for me.
There we go. Okay, guys, I will probably be back on tomorrow. I'll do a little bit of Tilu, and then when Sadie is ready, let me know, and then we'll do some of the Last of Us. No, some more of this even.
I don't know what I'm signing up for. Last of Us.
Yes, we're gonna get you to do a playthrough of Grounded Last of Us. I mean, I could talk you through some of it as you're doing it. No, but we will see you guys tomorrow. Have an amazing one, Sadie. You've been awesome.
Thank you for joining me. And
you're very welcome, Sadie. We'll probably raid and then we'll still be chatting to each other because the share thing will still be working.
Oh yeah.
But I'm gonna say ciao. And I'll carry on talking to Sadie. Bye everyone.
Bye.
Bye now.
How embarrassing. I didn't actually press the raid thing. Whoopsies. Okay. Ha ha ha. Oh no, I've just raided into you. Shit. Let me redo this. That is embarrassing. I was like, why is it saying Sarah? Why is it? Oh. Let's try that again. To the wrong person. I'm back. Yay, it worked. I'm so hungry right now.